Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is August the 7th, 1442 on the ancient moon calendar, 1443 on the ancient sun calendar, and 2022 on the Greco-Roman calendar. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity. This is the sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American, Al-Moroccan, consular court action. We are the sovereign living justice in captis diminutionolo in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. All Moors are the original indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American descendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites and Canaanites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient empire state for Morocco and the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government, Washington ancient district for Colombia, the universal Moorish American consulate, and the Article 3 universal Moorish American consular court. I am Pauline Denise Ritchie, and my free chosen sovereign appellation is Light to Jure Bay. Both are in captis diminutionolo in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. Today we are executing the law by our sovereign capacity. We are the sovereign fiduciaries, secured creditors, executors, trustees, ministers, claimants, and beneficiaries. We are peace, we are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby accept our sovereign ascension and exercise all sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc. We want to remind everyone briefly about our 3-day full moon fast coming up on August the 10th, 11th, and 12th. If you want answers from the ancestors, and if you want your downloads to go on high, participate in the fasting, because that is when we get some of our most eye-opening downloads from the ancient ancestral energies, when we're cleansing our temples and allowing the energies to come through. We get and we all get answers throughout and downloads no matter what. We're always going to get them, but with the fasting, it clears the energy even more. So we would encourage everyone to participate in the fast, and however you choose to do that is up to you. Some people choose to fast water only. Others choose to do sun up to sundown. Others choose to do it fasting from certain types of energy, fasting from negativity, fasting from sugar or meat or starches or whatever the case may be. Or one of the fasts that was mentioned in one of our previous calls by one of the grand empresses is, she said that she fasts from, what did she say? She fasted from talking. She fasts from talking. And I thought that was brilliant, because first of all, we are kinetic and telekinetic and mental. So we can communicate even without speaking. We've always had that ability. And so, and we experience that all the time, where we make connection in the spirit realm, and then it manifests in this dimension. One of the nobility and I just did that, Justice Musa Jubei. We connected in the spirit realm, and he put some things in the chat. And that's our ministry work with regard to the hadiths by the Prophet, Noble Joe Ali. So those connections we make all the time. We're always speaking to one another in the spirit realm. I mean, even when we're not saying anything in the natural. So we all operate in the collective consciousness, the one great mind. And so there's nothing we can't do. There's nothing we don't already know. It's just a matter of us talking to one another about what we know and sharing the information. So with that being said, there was a question asked in our last call by Grand Empress Cynthia Ann Bay. She asked the question last time, and I would like to elaborate more on this question because it's a beautiful question. I mean, this question could not have been more beautiful. She asked, what makes the resignation letters that we have been crafting, what makes them not a forgery? That was her question. And it was a beautiful question. So, you know, just today I was, you know, getting the downloads and talking to the ancestral energies and receiving information, and they had me get out of the bed and go down and look at the dictionary at the word forge. And as you know, the answers to everything that we need is in the words, because in the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So I looked up the word forge because in the programming, you know, our programming, we are taught that, you know, there are certain things we can't write and certain things we can't say and certain things we can't do because it's trademarked, and it would be an infringement on some trademarking and patenting, and you know, well, the U.S. Trademark and Patent Office, and we've stated this before, they have a lien on them by the original indigenous government, which is us. And that lien says that we're the creditors to all that's ever been trademarked ever. That includes music, that includes words, that includes colors, language, logos, titles, everything. We have we hold the patents and the trademarks on all of it. We're the creditors. So we can use those trademarks and patents as often as we choose to use them. But I wanted to elaborate a little further on this because it was it was just amazing how just a look in the dictionary at the word forge was it's such a natural word. Whenever I looked at the word forge, it talked about natural things. So on the screen, here, let me pull it up and make it a little bit bigger. The word forge, and this is from the Webster's 1828 unabridged dictionary. Forge as a noun, we normally look at the noun version of all definitions, and we can cherry pick in the definitions which part applies to what we're doing and which part doesn't. Cherry picking, that term came from the cherry tree, and the cherry tree has everything to do with that is one of our sigils, one of our national sigils and signs. So forge as a noun, from the Latin fabrica, and we know fabric is a natural fiber. It says a workshop, fabric, from faber, a workman, an artisan. And we know we're the original workmen, we're the original artisans and artists. There are no original artists but the Moors. And when we say Moors, we're talking about everyone who's of the bloodline and birthright, regardless of what you call yourself. Because some don't identify with the term Moor, that's fine. They can call them, they're sovereign, and can call themselves whatever they want to call themselves, or whomever they want to call themselves. So the first definition said a furnace in which iron or other metal is heated to be hammered into form, as a blacksmith forge, consisting essentially of a bellows and fireplace. Number two, a place where metal is heated and hammered or wrought into shape, a smithy. A smithy. So a smithy, a blacksmith, a workman, you know, the smiths. That's artisans and workmen. What else? We'll hold on for just one moment. Just one moment. So let's go a little further with this. Number 3, a place where wrought iron is made from pig iron or iron ore. And then after that, I had to go to the top of the page, and it continued with, just one moment, let me go back up here. One moment. There it is. Okay. It continued with American forge, a forge for the direct production of iron by subjecting finely crushed ore to a continuous heat. So this is a process, forging is a natural process by which iron and heat, or where heat is applied to a natural material, element, substance, chemical, and then something new is created from it. So that's forge as a noun, and as a noun, this is the only, it doesn't say anything about imitations and fakes and all of that. As a noun, that's not what forge means. Okay, so when you talk about things where people are saying there are charges of forgery and la 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 la, that is not the proper use of that word. That is not the proper use of that word. So, but we're going to look at even that use of the word, so we can point out the real fakes. So let's see, just one moment. Okay, so let's look at forge as a verb transitive. It says forge, to make, to construct from fabrica, a workshop, from faber, a workman or an artisan. It says to form or shape by heating and hammering, to beat into any particular shape. To make by or as by this method, to form, to shape, to produce. And then it says here, names that the schools forged and put into the mouths of scholars. Now, number 3, this is important, because see, Moors, we have to know who the real fakes are. And Grand Empress Cynthia does know. I love that she asked the question, because I know she knew the answer already. It says here to make falsely, and this is using it as a verb transitive, to falsify, to counterfeit. That means to fit against what it really is. It says to make in the likeness of something else with the intent to deceive, as to forge coin, to forge a check or a receipt. If we're the originals, since we are the originals, because we know that we are, then anyone who is not us making something and saying we're them, we're the Moors, we're the originals, we're the Americans, this is real money, then who's the counterfeit? Who's falsifying in order to deceive? Who is that really? And then when we take back all of our stuff, then the programming will kick in on for some, not all, because most of us know that everything belongs to us first. We just needed to competently and properly claim it. So when we take back everything that belongs to us, then someone will say, well, you can't do that. You can't do that. Yes, we can. Yes, we can do whatever we want to do on our land with our resources as the creditors who are liquidating everything that has to do with our estate. Liquidation is a financial term. It means to make it usable, to make it exchangeable, to buy or sell. And we don't buy or sell, we use the term exchange, okay, because everything already belongs to us. And so now, forge, as of, this is another verb intensive. To shape metal, as a blacksmith does, to work at a forge. Number 2 was, I saw this and I just about jumped out of my seat. To make an imitation of something real, okay? If you're making an imitation, that means you're copying the real one. Who is it that's making the imitation and copying the real one? Who are the copies of the original indigenous who've been here since time immemorial? Who's copying that? Who is it that, and they won't even hide the fact that they're copying. To make an imitation of something for purposes, and it doesn't say to make the real one, it says to make an imitation. For purposes of deception or fraud, to commit forgery. And then number 3, to overreach and click the shoes together like Cinderella did, or what's her name? Not Cinderella, but Dorothy did in The Wizard of Oz. Was it Dorothy, or it was Dorothy or Cinderella who clicked their heels together 3 times and they're back home? That was Dorothy, right? And we talk about The Wizard of Oz and we know what it really means. Okay. Forge. It says, probably altered from the word force. Who's the force? Force is energy. It says to move forward consistently but slowly as if against difficulties. Often with the word, it's often used with the word ahead. So when you forge ahead, that means that you're continuing to move forward consistently, but what might appear to be slowly as if against difficulties. We don't have any difficulties. All we have to do is keep moving forward and forging ahead. So I just want, let me just say this, a nom de jure, war name, is a forgery and an imitation of our natural person. A nom de jure is a forgery. Fiat is a forgery. It's a forgery. It has fake signatures on it. The ones on it are not the real treasurers and secretary of treasury. They're not real. When we put it on there, it's real. So I just wanted to elaborate just a little bit on that whole forgery piece, because all we're doing is putting our programming back in its rightful place. Okay. All we're doing is renewing our minds back to that which is real. Our ancestors, everything they did was real. And then there was entities that came along and forged or imitated. Okay. And so I just wanted to put a little energy on that so that we can at least get our minds and mindsets in the right place for those who just need a little push there with regard to forgery and forging, okay? And so that we realize and know who the real imitation is, who the real false one is. That and the real false, that's like an that's a dichotomy, oxymoron type of word. Who's the real fake? So with that being said, there were some who were asking, and this is on another subject matter, there were some who were asking about our merchant cards and how do we get the merchant cards to work. if they don't have a magnetic strip or a barcode or a chip or a QR code or whatever. So what I did yesterday was I went out into the territory with my merchant card, and I kind of just looked around so that I could provide a proper response to that issue. So this is my merchant card, and it's next to, I'm at a cash register, and we need to really think about that term too. Is it cash, and is it registering something? So let's just think about that for a minute when we're talking about moorishe commerce and merchant actions. But anyway, when you look at this photo right here, do you see how we can use our merchant cards at a cash register? Now, what we're doing right now is finishing the process, okay? When you call on the phone to order something and you use a quote-unquote credit or debit card, do they even see the card, or do they just get numbers? They just take the numbers. So do they know whether they're using a merchant card or a card that's issued by the corporations? Do they know that? No, they don't know that. So at one point when this whole system first came onto the land back in the 70s and 80s, where they started scanning things through and sliding cards and doing things like that, they didn't slide the card. None of the cards had a magnetic strip. They had numbers on them. And they would put the number in. Input the number, and then the machine would say, okay, what's the expiration date? And then they would put the expiration date in there, and then they would say, is there, the 3-digit code? And they still do that. If the strips don't work, what do? They put in the number. So again, we're just looking at the processes so that we can continue manifesting and understanding the financial system, the economic viability of all that we're doing, and taking it to the next level so that continued remedy can be gained from the liquidation and these processes that we're doing. Okay. We don't have to change much. We don't have to change a whole bunch of things and reinvent the wheel. Okay, we don't have to do that. All we have to do is competently look at what's there and then make just a few adjustments and then move forward. Okay. This was at the gas station. It said, welcome, insert card or prepay inside. Well, we know that our cards are prepaid cards. So they're even using the language. And then there's the keypad right there. So I just wanted to point that out so that we can further put the spell out there and do what needs to be done in terms of continuing to have the downloads come and letting the information flow as we continue our economic rise and the growing of everything that we're doing. Because there's no one even available or present on our land to tell us no. Okay, but we have to do it competently. All we're doing is fitting back what needs to be the original, instead of continuing to use a counterfeit system, because the counterfeit system is the fiat system. It's counterfeit. Everything about it is counterfeit. We have to do the real. We have to present the real system. And the ancestors have given us you know, everything that we need in order to do that. All we have to do is keep moving forward. And then lastly, I wanted to point out something. There is a story in the bibliothek that I want to point out, because we know that the bibliothek is it's a legal code book, is what it is. Okay. So there was a story of a Moor in the bibliothek named Zacchaeus. And the question is, what type of tree did Zacchaeus climb, and what was his occupation? That's in Luke, the 19th chapter. Because it's all in the language. And here it is right here. It says, Yeshua entered Jericho and was passing through. A man was there by the name of Zacchaeus. He was a chief tax collector and was wealthy. So you know he was a Moor. He wanted to see who Yeshua was, but being a short man, he could not because of the crowd. So he ran ahead and climbed a sycamore fig tree to see him, since Yeshua was coming that way. And I'll just stop right there. He ran ahead and climbed a sycamore fig tree. We always say everyone must get under their own vine and fig tree. This is where that comes from. It's a sycamore tree. When the Moors were not feeling well previously, we thought we were citizens, and we were not collecting taxes as we should. So this is what we're doing now, is pushing forward, forging ahead, and putting the tax collection system in place. Okay? As it should be. And you can read the rest of that story at your will, Luke the 19th chapter, okay, so that you can see what happened. I do want to call your attention to verse 13, because verse 13 we know 13 is one of our numbers. And verse 13 says, so he called 10 of his servants and gave them 10 minas. Mina or minas is money. And he said, put this money to work, he said, until I come back. That's a key of what we're supposed to be doing, is handing it out and saying, put it to work, and we'll be back to check on it. So with that being said, there's some programming that we want to point out so that we know where we're going and what we're doing, and knowing that we have a vision, full speed ahead on what we're doing. We're not doing anything randomly. Everything is planned. We know where we've been. We know where we're going. We know where we are. So the lies and the programming that we have already smashed, basically, is this. The first lie is the one that's most prevalent. And again, we're not bashing anybody. Those who use fiat, if you want to use fiat, you're sovereign. You can do whatever you want. We just have to, when we're using fiat, we have to, you know, those who use it and who prefer to take it, just have full disclosure on what's really happening. Okay. So if you do not charge fiat, this is the lie part. If you don't charge fiat, then you're going to be poor forever. If you don't charge it for whatever you're doing, you'll be poor forever. That's a lie. That's a lie. The truth is, Well, and first of all, that lie feeds into the programming, and that's why, you know, those who continue to force that fiat piece on people, because most don't want to use it, you know. But for those who do, and again, we're not bashing anybody who's using it. We're just disclosing information. The truth of the matter is, using our own money system makes us truly rich, since the fiat system was based on us in the first place. So it says, you know, and again, the past era said if you don't use it, you're going to be poor. You know, if not, you know, if you don't use it, you won't be able to do anything. That's not true. We've pretty much proven that. There's always a third preference, option, and it's not even an option, it's the law. The third part is to use our own system among each other so that the fraud and the forging and the forgery, the crime of forgery, does not continue with them, with the foreigners. Okay. Number two, the lie is if you do not get a quote unquote an education in the schools in society, you will not prosper and you will live under a bridge. Well, we know that's not true, because there are more educated people living under persons living under bridges today than any others. If you go talk to homeless people, you will see that most of them have great sense. They make a whole lot of sense with the things they say. And most of them have, you know, many of them have PhDs and master's degrees and all of that. And many of them were high up in the corporate arena, you know, and then something happened and they're not there anymore. So the truth of the matter is that with our own systems, we open erudition temples and we never go without again. And we're going to continue forging ahead and moving in this direction. We're not going to, you know, we won't talk about what we're not doing. We're going to talk about what we're doing. We're going to continue forging ahead with our own money system, our own economy as a nation, and all of that. Okay. Lie number three is anyone you can think of, knowing that our brothers and sisters who are asleep are dealing with that whole if you don't charge fiat you're going to be poor thing. They don't see that there's a third choice that can be made. So our ministry work is to show them that there is a third choice that is far more lawful and preferable to a fiat system and going full speed ahead into a forgery of a system, a fraudulent system, an imitation of the real. So with that being said, we will go ahead and Islam. We'll go ahead. I'm going to open the table and the meeting. Islam. Just one moment. For any questions, comments, you can star 6 to unmute as well. Islam.
Johnny E.
Just one moment. Just one moment. Nobility, are you there? Okay. Islam. You can star 6 to unmute.
Johnny Easley, 190-529658. That's your social security number, Johnny Easley.
Islam.
Thanks, Johnny, for putting it out there on the internet so I can use it.
So with that being said, any questions, comments, wisdom?
Islam.
Islam. Empress Cynthia and then Empress Shasha.
Thank you. Just a remark that anyone who studies finance are seeking to leave the fiat currency system, and that's actually planetary. So why anyone would want to stick with that? Look around, because we're all, as a whole, are beginning to really understand what that system really means for us all. And it must be extinguished. No ifs, ands, or buts. Clean from that thing.
Yeah.
I yield.
Yes, Islam. The ancestor showed me something this morning, and you know, it's going to be made apparent over the next few days and weeks and months that everything that we have seen has been a forgery previously. Everything. And when I say forgery in that respect, it's been an imitation. So we have to put the real there. We must put the real of everything there. Every time we do a demonstration, they give us another key, another piece. So, you know, we're just going to keep moving forward because we know that that other thing is done, is finished. It really is. But I will say this too. The new system looks almost exactly like the old system. I'm looking at it and I'm like, there will be very little disruption in the everyday lives of people as this change is made. It's not going to be disruptive. It's going to be very smooth. The transition is going to be so smooth that people won't even realize it happened. They know things are going on, but just like back in the early 1900s when the change was made that time, everything that happened now happened then. People were wearing masks. It was the Spanish flu, except that the Moors should have been the ones printing the money. We should have been the ones printing the money. But we let someone else do it. So, Islam, no Islam. Empress Shasha, I believe you were going to say something.
Yes, I was. Islam.
Islam.
A couple of questions regarding the fiduciary letters and the signatures.
Mm-hmm.
So I am really, I mean, I've been digging. I found what I'm finding for signatures here there are photographs of certain custodians or former custodians holding things with their signature. You know, something that's signed, but it's, and I mean, there's a couple I can utilize.
Yes.
But there is, and I'm, you know, it's still early days, finding documents, any, you know, they're forever signing MOUs and all sorts of things, but those things are not accessible, at least where I have searched on their sites, even going to freedom of information and different things.
Mm-hmm.
But I came across some electronic signatures. now I've come across things where they've been signed electronically. There's even an act, Uniform Electronic Signature Act,
Mm-hmm.
and going and looking within the act, you know, these things are all put into place for governments and corporations to make things smooth and easygoing, and they are legal. And so my question was, can I use those? I mean, I'm sovereign, of course I can. But I mean, and it's interesting. The question that someone had asked regarding forgery. I had that conversation with myself and literally said, I'm sovereign. I mean, I'm the beginning. I'm everything. So it can't be. And then the other question. So that was really, it was a question, but putting it out there as in, has anyone else come across that or come to that decision? I have a feeling here in this territory, if everything is, well, we know that, lawless except for Moor and other Moors, that things are far more lawless in the islands. I don't know if that's the right terminology, but it's as if it's clear to me. Well, it's clear to us. That there is no infrastructure aside from the fraudulent imposter. We are the infrastructure. So let me correct myself there.
Yes, Islam.
But you know, and this is that whole in the retraining, relearning, everything else. For instance, when what happened first and foremost for me was so clear, there's no law, but it's me.
Yes.
And other Moors, of course.
Yes.
But I am feeling or knowing in my being, I have to be even more creative here, maybe, than on the mainland. I mean, and this is just me, my thoughts. Do you get what I'm saying? Because
I do get what you're saying. I do. Let me say, Empress, that I ran into that too while I was doing this, but then there is a little bit of a delay time between when I first, like when I ran into, when I saw that there was some that had electronic signatures and they have that little S with the
2 slashes,
yeah.
right.
That as soon as I looked it up, all I had to do was look it up and say, okay, I'm looking for this signature. And then wait 24 hours and the signature would appear on the web. And just look again.
Okay.
And now that you've put it on the public record that that's what you're looking for, it's going to pop up. The signatures that you need will show. They're going to be there.
I trust that.
Now, some of the signatures for those people that you're looking for, because see, they had to apply and send everything here. So one of the places that I have found some of the signatures that probably seemed like they were hard to find, but they weren't, was the Securities and Exchange Commission website. Because
some there.
Yes, every one of them have gone through that to quote unquote authenticate money transactions and exchanges that they were doing. Yes. They had to.
I've found a couple there. I've also found, though, that many of those documents, at least for this place, are not signed. But I have found some that I've needed there.
Mm-hmm.
So I will dig there deeper, because there's a lot of different documents that are filed. And the other question I had,
mm-hmm.
so for the no contact letter,
mm-hmm.
or document,
mm-hmm.
the former custodian in the mayor's office,
mm-hmm.
I did find his signature. I have not found
mm-hmm.
the commissioner of police, former custodian for the commissioner of police. But we were looking for Kingston, being the idea that Kingston was, there was some form of hierarchical system with the mayors, because every parish has a mayor.
Mm-hmm.
There really isn't. At least I'm not overstanding that piece. But who sits above all of the mayors over all of the parishes is the Governor General. And I'm trying to, I know I'll have to figure this all out.
Well, do you have a signature for the custodian, the former custodian?
Thank you, former custodian.
Of Governor General?
Well, would you believe I do?
Of course, I knew you did. I'm asking, but I knew you had it, because so then you don't even need the little guy, those lower offices. You don't need the former custodians in those. You don't need that.
Thank you for ringing the bell, because it's like it came to me, boom, that's it. I myself have been fighting with myself.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have everything you need, Empress, and it's not more difficult on the islands than it is here. It's not. It's as simple as we make it, because we can make this difficult if we want to make it difficult, but we don't want to make it difficult. We're going to make it as easy as possible for ourselves. You have everything that you need right there, Empress.
I have it all, and I put a stumbling block in place for myself by even uttering that it's more difficult here.
So let's remove that one. Let's take that energy back together.
And so, Matondo Mamingi, thank you. And
Islam. I like what you just said. That spell you just cast. I love that.
Matondo Mamingi is Kikongo, and it means thank you very much. Thank you much. And if you go, it's one of our languages. But if you go to St. Thomas Parish in the East, many of the people still speak Kikongo. That's where I actually learned it. And many of the dialogues, the different vernacular, the different languages are spoken all over the language, in part and parcel of the patois. But when you go to St. Thomas, there is a particular body of us, of Moors, whom their patois is really founded in Kikongo. And so I've been learning it myself. It's very much like French to me.
I was just about to say, Matongo Mamingi. Is that what you said?
Matondo Mamingi, yes.
Matondo Mamingi.
Mamingi.
And French and Spanish is what my ancestors spoke. My grandmother's appellation is Manuel, Pauline E. Manuel, or Manuel. That's how she pronounced it, Manuel. And whenever I hear words, I knew what you said before you translated it. I knew. And I knew by the energy more so than putting the etymology together. But yeah, and the people who speak that particular dialect could go to the Congo at other Africa and they could speak to the people there.
Absolutely, and there is a connection between the people from that, and if we look at that, the map, the Pangaea, we see we're right all up in there. And so yeah, and my first lesson, I was just blown away at how French it was, because I love French.
Yes, I do too. Most of my ancient English words are French.
Okay.
The French use a lot of double letters in everything, a lot of double letters.
Italian, they do that too. But they're the same, French, Spanish, Italian, they're all those...
they are all derivatives one of the other.
That's it. And they're all ours.
Yes, indeed. Well, thank you for that history lesson and that beautiful etymology and language lesson.
You are welcome. You're welcome.
Islam. I love our languages. There are so many. They're so beautiful, and they get easier to understand just as you hear them.
I agree. And the more we learn, the more, at least for myself, I find myself immersed in our true story history. The more it just resonates. It's the frequencies, the vibrations. It's like they were just waiting for certain doors and windows to open so that I could actually hear.
Oh, yeah.
And understand. So this is wonderful.
That's portal behavior right there. That's portal language that you're using about waiting for things. And you are the portal.
I am.
Yes. The chakras are the portal.
The chakras, and they are moving. They're opening and filling, and it's a beautiful thing. So
it is. It is. And every language on the earth started over here with the nations and tribes here. So no matter where you go on earth, there's a tribe or a nation here that can go there and speak to them directly. They all started here. And that's another reason why, for example, the Hebrew language sounds exactly like native, quote unquote, Native American languages. Yep. Exactly like it. There's no difference.
It's interesting because I have some research on the Kikongo language that there are direct connections with native, I'll put it in inverted commas, but we know it's our language, dialect.
Yes.
And, these things I wasn't aware of. We weren't aware of necessarily, but it's so clear. Like once you start stepping, everything comes together.
Yes, yes, yes.
Comes together. So, language, language, they say, if you think about it, they say, what is it? Lingua. Lingua actually means tongue to taste. I mean, it's so all of language is everything. I mean, it comes through not just the mouth, but the skin from, the portals, as you said, the chakras. And as you were saying, certain thing, I think you brought up the Native American, there was something you said, and I just got goosebumps, which is another sign of what language is, culture, it's me, it's air, it's breath, it's everything, and it's beautiful. So I'll yield now. Islam, thank you.
Islam indeed. And the very first language is intention. Our intentions. What do we intend? In Turkish, because Turkish is one of our old languages, we say "Oldin oldaran gününignitit imanga doldran." That means when we intend a thing, our command is be, and it is. When we intend a thing, our command is be, and it is.
That's very powerful.
Yeah. And the Bays, back in ancient times, they opened their meetings with that phrase. Oldin oldaran. They said Oldin ja oldaran gününignitit imanga doldran. And we changed the ja to ma for us here on this land.
Now, a question there. That's. I mean, it's interesting. I just feel it in my skin, in my being. The J, was the ja a J, or because isn't the J?
It was a Y.
Okay.
It was a Y.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's how you know you're dealing with a language. But the sound of J is not new. Right. It's ancient. The sound of J is not, it's ancient. They just put that letter there and injected it in the 1800s.
Is it? I thought it was the 1600s, but it's the 1800s.
Well, I'm thinking in terms of the writing of the Biblioheliotext, but the 1600s, the 1600s, Yes, because in 1606 was when King James and King George were doing their thing. They did a handoff one to another of the language and the writings.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So. And that's
I
when.
love that phrase. That you have to teach it
Okay.
before something so we can.
Sure.
I love the sound of it. So.
Yes, Islam. We will do that. Islam.
Wonderful. All right. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. There's some questions in the chat. Let me go back up a little further because there were some questions up further. The first one, the question that I see there, is there a writ for you, the U.S. Patent Office? Have you written one? The answer is yes, there is. It's a lien on the United States Corporation Company. But, and that's under this video on YouTube at Like to Jure Bay. It's under all of our videos, the lien on the United States Corporation Company. But the writ for the U.S. Patent Office, U.S. Trademark and Patent Office, many Moors have liened them. I would encourage all Moors to lien them, to place a lien on that office, on the fraudulent. Because see, that one is an imitation of the real U.S. Trademark and Patent Office, which is us. And just to elaborate a little further on trademarks and things like that, back in the late 1800s and the early 1900s was when all of our, because see, we already know things like electric cars, conveyances that run on water, conveyances that run on something called thorium. You can put about 1/8 of an ounce of thorium into the tank of a thorium generated conveyance, and it will go for at least 1,000 years. That's old. Cadillac, just look them up. Cadillac had a thorium vehicle. And this is back in the day, way back in the early 18 and 19, but we did that. That was our technology. And then when we went to sleep, our technology could not continue. So when you're talking about the U.S. Trademark and Patent Office, the only reason that the foreigners put that thing there was to distribute, in other words, not tribute that technology while we were asleep, because they can't use our technology like that. They can't be improving on it and all that. All these things that we're using, this is some of the oldest technology here, or antiquated technology, out-of-date technology, computers and things like that. All this stuff is out of date. Electric cars and things like that, we had that way back in the day. And then all they did was say, okay, the Moors are going to sleep, so we're going to put our imitation U.S. Trademark and Patent Office in place, and then scare everybody with spells and tell them they can't copy this stuff and they can't use this and they can't use that. Because if you let the Moors use it, even in their sleep, they're going to improve it. But they're supposed to be asleep. So we can't let them do that. Okay? While they think they're black, they can't do that. Once they realize who they really are, then they can do it. Because then they'll take back the U.S. Trademark and Patent energy. They'll place a lien on that one and then implement their own. And our trademarks and patents are for use by everyone, because that's what our nation does. That's why we can take signatures and create them, because see, we're not copying anything. We are actually creating documentation. And it can only be real documentation if it's coming from the natural people. That's in the USC codes and things like that, especially when you talk about finance, is that you have to be a natural person and not be a natural person because we're not persons. But when they say be a natural person, your all caps has to be created by someone who is natural in order for anything to be valid. It can't be a corpse person, a dead person. It's got to be a natural living person. And our all caps is natural and living. That's how you naturalize resources. And that's what we're doing, is naturalizing resources. And liquidating any imitations and all of that. All of that stuff, we just lean that aside and create the real one. Anything that's not created by the Moors is an imitation. It's a fake. It's counterfeit. Okay? Period. Period. And they know that already. They know that already. And so you mean to tell me, and I see in the chat, it says they had electric charge trucks and cars back in 1909. Yes, Justice Morpheus. You mean to tell me that they couldn't improve it over this time period, that you still have to sit on the side of the road for 2 hours to charge something that it only takes a half a second to charge? Really? No improvement. It couldn't have been any improvement because the Moors were asleep. So now the improvement starts. We can take any of that and work with it and improve, which is what we're going to do. We're going to continue to do. With that being said, are there any other questions or comments or anything of that nature? Islam, nobility.
Yes, this is Timothy Hassan Bay, Virginia Territory. I recall in previous videos you were speaking about the U.S. dollar compared to the U.S. bill from the U.S. dollar. Correct?
Yes.
One is commercial, right?
Yes.
Or private, if you will.
Yes.
Okay. So the other was connected to the Continental Congress, which is the United States for America. Is that right?
When we created, it's right.
Okay. Then if it's feasible, can our delirium purchase all of that, and then we turn around and utilize that when we interact with foreigners or corporations?
Let me just tell you why I'm laughing, nobility.
Okay.
I'm laughing because every time I study something and the ancestors give me a download and I say, okay, I'm going to take some time and study it some more because I know where we're going with this. Someone will ask a question on that very thing on the call, and then I have to pull up what I studied, and the ancestors won't let me keep a secret. So I can just look at it and just at least look at it and study it. So yes, we're going to print greenbacks. We're going to print greenbacks because we have the ability to do that. So, okay, let me just show you what I saw. And with
we would be able to do that either by affidavit or again using our delirium, right? As a purchase. You know, we purchase it, the company and all that kind of stuff, and then we dictate what goes on.
We have just done that. We have just with the bankruptcy piece being put on, and that's why we went ahead and put it on the public record.
Okay, sir.
We put it on the public record so that we could make sure that notification has been given. That's what we needed to do. We needed to notify. That's what we're going to be doing next. The dolarium, we had to have our national currency in place in order to do that. Okay. So let me just go to the website. To show you what the ancestors showed us just today, just this morning. We were almost late signing on to the meeting.
Okay. Right.
Okay, because of that. So, Nobility, thank you for the question. I had a feeling the ancestors were going to make that come out because they always do that.
Yeah. It sort of has been haunting me since the video, you know. So, oh, okay.
Thank you.
Right. Now I'm me personally seeing the transformation, you know.
Yes. Yes.
Where it becomes definitely on a diplomatic scale. I'm impressed, sis, and that's why I'm here and listening. Yes, I am. So, believe me. And those that I know, okay? Even though they don't make contact direct, we are in spirit. Trust me.
Yes.
Yes. So, yes, also, the non-tax number, right? Okay. I was thinking and considering that putting that number on my national ID card. You know, is that, you know, I'm saying, you know, that's, okay. That's what, all right, thank you.
AA 222141 should be on the ID card. I know the ones that have been issued previously do have them, does have it on there. Whether it be on the front or the back, it's on there.
Okay. Because I'm getting ready to cash in all that other stuff. And I just want to be correct. I just want to be correct. And stating that. Because I'm sure I'm going to be stopped, but I want to be correct as consulate. You know?
You may not be. You may not be stopped, or you may, because see, everybody knows where all of this is going. Everyone knows where all of this is going.
And recently, you know, what I do, I put my seals when I go out, and if I'm traveling, you know, I put my seal on my portfolio so everyone can see it. It's, you know, exposable. You can be able to see that. You know? And I've seen that make some difference in the point of them approaching me, because I've already made it clear if you approach me, you're going to get instructions. You know, you're not going to get no argument or debate. You're going to get instructions. Yes, and the first thing I present is the consular notification access. I present it. I don't ask, I just present that. And on the front, it tells them instructions to you. You know? So that's how I carried it. But I thank you, sis. I appreciate you very much, you and your crew and your consular.
Yes.
Keep it going, keep it flowing. We're with you. I yield.
Thank you for that. And it's great to hear that you're with us, because listen, once we have that, that's all we need. We got it. That's all we needed was to gather together in spirit. That's it. Yes. So if you'll notice on the screen, it says learn to authenticate your money. And this is from www.uscurrency.gov. You know, again, that tells me that somebody somewhere has been printing money and authenticating their own money. Who did that? Who's been doing that? Were we ever going to be told about that? No. We actually had to tune into the spirit to get that piece right there. So I'm going to put the link to this in the chat so that you can do the study, because and the study is not difficult. I will tell you that, Morris. Our own currency, There's no way that it cannot be accepted. We make it acceptable. Okay? It's built into the system for us to make it acceptable. We have to authenticate our own money. Period. So as I went through on this site, I'll just do just a basic, some of the basic study that I did. There are 7 denominations that they have put here, and they were talking about the security features and things like that. But one thing they said about the security features, and I won't go through each one of these, but I will just say about this. Our ancestors printed money way back. So it says all circulating denominations. Each note includes security and design features unique to how the denomination is used in circulation. It says the U.S. government periodically redesigns Federal Reserve notes, not Federal Reserve debt notes, but Federal Reserve notes, to make them easier to use but more difficult to counterfeit. It is U.S. government policy that all designs of U.S. currency remain legal tender regardless of when they were issued. So the oldest denominations and the money that our ancestors printed way back in the day is still legal tender. Look at this last statement here. It says this policy includes all denominations of Federal Reserve notes from 1914 to present. Well, to present, what does that mean? That means that if we presently, or when we presently create legal tender, then it's going to be honored regardless. Okay, now, what did we do with the dollarium? We as a nation had to put it on the public record that we have our own everything. All nations have their money that they use in their nation. Then there's an overarching money that all of the nations say, okay, our national currency, we can exchange it for this at any time and use this. That's what the whole Federal Reserve piece was all about, where over in other lands, they would say, okay, you can use United States dollars for whatever you want to use it for. And you can exchange your money for it because your money is based on the resources on the land, gold and silver. That's what was supposed to be happening. Dollarium is based on the gold and silver on the land, okay, and the natural people. That's what makes it real money and usable within our nation, okay? And then subjects that are on the land are considered within our nation also. So now what do? Now that we've gotten that piece done and we've proven that it's viable and that we use it among ourselves, because, see, we had to use it among ourselves first also, which we've done that in a major, major way. Thank you to everyone who's been sending their donations, their dollarium donations to us every month. That is proof that our money is viable and usable. You know, I find it interesting that, you know, sometimes people will say, and I'm not bashing anybody, but I have to point this out. Sometimes people will say that dollarium is not real money because it's not gold and silver coin, but then they're not even using gold and silver coin among themselves. We're not bashing anybody, but we have to point that out, that they don't even take their gold and silver down to the grocery store and get anything down there. They're not using it online or anything. You know, even when they need something between them and another more, they don't do it by gold and silver. So to me, it's like, okay, we've got to raise up and go beyond that. We can do that. So now, there is a study that I was doing earlier today. Let me give you this website, because this website made a lot of what's on this U.S. currency website easier as well. The things on the U.S. currency website are pretty straightforward, very straightforward. And then this website right here took a lot of the things that were on that website and put it into, let's see, they put it into a very feasible, usable, you know, let me see, let me go to my history so I can find out, because I want to point this out to you because this is going to be important. Let's see. I went in here earlier and found, okay, can't find it there. Oh, I know what I did. I'll find the link to it right here. Let's see. One moment. There's a little bit of noise coming from a couple of the there's a study that I was doing with regard to that. Now, even as we move into this next phase of printing, of money printing, money, paper money. Just one moment. Okay, there it is. Just one moment. Let me pull this up because this was part of my study earlier today with regard to that. This is where we were, you know, being comfortably led to anyway. Money, paper, money. Okay. Okay. So with what you were just talking about, nobility. Let me put this link in the chat also. And again, we authenticate our own money, even according to the uscurrency.gov. We do that. No one else can do that. We have to do it. I put the link in the chat to what we're looking at right now. It says this is a study on the serial numbers and where they come from and how we use them and all of that. it says here, remember there was this theme going around in the media about Q this and Q that. Q is the serial number that we're on right now, and that they're not going to print that one. We have to do it, okay, with regard to the series and things with regard to the money, okay. The series letter here appears first in the serial number. First, let me say this. Let me just read this part. All money printed by the Federal Reserve has a unique serial number made up of numbers and letters. The serial number appears twice on the bill in the top left and bottom right. The series letter appears first in serial numbers of 5, 10, 20, 50, and $100 bills and corresponds to the series year. P is the series letter for the series year 2017A. So what does that tell us? That we're now moving into Q. We actually have to print Q. But with regard to the serial numbers, anytime we want to use any serial numbers that were previously, because see, all that we print from this point forward has to have a unique serial number. Okay? And it will have a unique serial number. So this is just some study that we're doing. And if you look here, series year, they went all the way to P, and they stopped at P in 2017A. And then, bam, a lien, a bankruptcy filing by them, a lien by us in 2018, a bankruptcy filing by them in 2019. They discharged it in 2019, and we're liquidating the assets of that. Okay, so we're at Q right now. So we can start our printing at Q. And then, you know, here's some other information about the bank identifiers. Our bank identifier is different from these right here. Okay. And then there's other studies. This page right here will really give you everything you need in terms of the printing. The serial numbers, what they mean, and all of that. You know, how to look up the serial numbers, because again, serial numbers cannot be repeated. And what we can do is Moors that are at this territory, at the A1 territory, can look at the serial numbers that are for that territory. B2, you can look at the numbers. Those that are at this territory can look at the numbers, the serial numbers, and start your printing there. C3, Philadelphia, you can start your printing there. D4, E5, F6, etc. Okay, so however you want to do that. Okay. So, you know, this is the study that we're doing, because we have to have, because money is actually supposed to be neutral. Yes, you have your national currency, which is not neutral, and then you have the overarching United States dollars, which is neutral. And we mentioned this about 6 months ago. We said that we are going to have to, because we were not done with just the first iteration of dollarium. We stated back then that we are going to have to do a United States dollar that everyone can use earthwide. Okay, so that is what we're doing the study on now, and looking at it and seeing how best to manifest that. Because what we print, it will go through any of the registers and all of that. It will go through all of that if it's printed properly. And we can use it at the stores and all of that. Okay. In the interim, we had to put dollarium out there because the dollarium says that we're the creditors. That's what dollarium is the indicator of. If you have dollarium that you've autographed, it says you're the creditor. Okay. To anything on the land, because it's equivalent to an original indigenous sovereign. You can call it a credit. It is purely a credit issue, and for those who study money, there is no counterparty. That's language that the financial people understand about dollarium. There's no counterparty, and there's no counterparty risk with dollarium. So those who study money, look those terms up. No counterparty and no counterparty risk. In other words, there's no debt side to dollarium. It is purely credit. Pure. So we had to produce that first. Okay. So nobility, yes, we had to prove solvency and the ability to create without any debt being attached to that creation. See, there are steps to each part of this. There are phases and levels to it. And those phases and levels, when you're doing a reversion of a state is action, but it's the words and the spells that we cast and break, but it's also the action. Reversion of a state says create the original. Create the original. Okay, show the original, because we've been calling them fake this and fake that. Well, and they're saying, and their response to that is, we know we're fake. Show us the original. That's why when you tell them they're fake, they just say, oh well, let me do something really fake, you know, to show them that we agree, you know. And then we have to do the real. This is you know, and then once this process is in full swing, you're gonna have one or two that's gonna be like, they're over there making counterfeit money, and then they'll go and use some fiat like it's real. Really? You're programming. Switch. Somebody need to reach into those brains and just turn that pyramid back on the right side, you know. So nobility, hopefully a sovereign we couldn't counterfeit if we tried. But I'm telling you, when we thought we were citizens, that we gave the appearance of doing counterfeit things by spreading fiat around and stuff. But things that we generate and originate, it couldn't be a counterfeit if we tried. Everything we do is real. Everything we do is real. It's living. It's alive. And we must properly rebut everything that was done previously. And that's where we're going next with this. Is we're going to print, and here's the thing about, you know, even the repeating of the serial numbers. Because see, the way the system is set up is, if you print something and that serial number has been used before, the system's going to reject whatever is there, whatever you put there. Even it might even appear to be like what it should be. But if there's a repeating of the serial number, so what they did was they went all the way up to M, and they were supposed to stop at M. But then there's a break in there, MNOPQ. That break between those letters right there is what we just came out of, and now we're starting at Q. And that's another reason why they were putting Q out there, Q this and Q that. Q means qualified for us, and it's also, this is the series that you all start with. That's why they don't have anything for it in their key, so to speak. So in doing the study on how to print up our own United States dollars, because that's really what it is, we're doing the study now, and we're going to, of course, create, and then go and try it. And that's not for the faint-hearted, okay? not for the faint-hearted. Always demonstrate at the level of your overstanding, and that's another reason why we had to get past fake policy enforcers and past all of that other stuff, and then do the do not detain, this is a protected person situation. We had to do all of that because we know where we're going with all of this. And again, it's not for the faint of heart. It's going to take some, you know, we got to be ourselves with this one. We have to be ourselves with it. You know, we can't be co-debtors with them. We have to be ourselves. So we have the authority to do all that we're doing. We've even shown in the USC codes and in the law, the supreme law for the land as well, that we have the authority to do the things that we're doing. We're not stopping. We're going to keep going. So hopefully that sheds a little bit of more light, nobility, on what you're saying about, you know, the money. Because that other stuff wasn't even real. The only reason they were able to get away with that was because we agreed to use it. But it was a learning tool. It was a way for us to learn. But as you can see, they were showing, and we've shown this over the last few weeks, where the real, what we thought was the real money has red on it. A red seal and a red numbers along, and of course there's blue or black on there also, but it's got to have some red on it. And as I'm doing the study on this, that is the only way you know that it's real. Everything else is a counterfeit. Oh, let me show you this part too about that. Right here, categories of U.S. paper money. It says there are several different categories of paper currency in the U.S. and some are more collectible than others. Right here, this last one right here, Federal Reserve notes are bills issued between 1914 and the present, in denominations ranging from $1 to $10,000. The worth of a modern bill depends on its serial number and how unusual it is. Collectors look for several different types of fancy serial numbers that stand out from the crowd. So serial numbers should be different. Now, I looked at these two, silver certificates, gold certificates, and Confederate certificates. These are all different iterations of what we have the authority to do. A fake corporation can't issue a gold certificate, a true gold certificate. A fake corporation cannot issue a true silver certificate because they don't own any silver. They don't own any gold. Okay. Confederate Islam nobility.
You said that that they can't issue certificates for gold or silver. What about the people that are investing in that?
That's not real.
Okay.
It's actually a forgery. It's a forgery. It's fake.
Right.
Because if you really and this is crazy. That's a great question, Empress, because where is the gold and the silver that they're basing that on, since they don't own none? Where is it?
Yeah, they don't have it.
No, they don't. They don't own nothing. No, they're servants and subjects. Do servants and subjects and corpses own anything? They don't even own their own name. They got that from the Moors. They don't own anything, so how are they going to print up a gold certificate and tell people this is worth that gold right there? No, it's not. That gold right there belongs to the Moors. And as soon as the Moors wake up and say, that's ours, give it back. Period. And we don't even have to move the gold in order for it to be, for us to, all we got to do is put the right paper out there. That's it. We don't have to move it. They didn't move any land, so how are they saying they own land? They don't. They didn't move anything. Land's still here. Domicile still here. We're still here. You know, that's a great question, Empress. I mean, this is, you know, I thought about something that Empress Sasha said earlier. Go ahead, Empress.
I don't want to break your stride. I can wait until you finish your thought.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Empress.
Okay. Recently, the custodian of Russia, the president, the custodial president, supposedly, put out a statement. The reason why the world is still in turmoil is because the United States corporation is passing their fiat currency to the world. They owe everyone on the planet, you know, they have a debt to everyone on the planet, but everyone must return back to the Republican form of money because of what we're passing now is debt. This came from that custodian. And just another reminder is how can a company that has been declared defunct and dissolved, bankrupt, have any money, anything that resembles money? So for those who want to stay with that, as that thing collapses, because it will, because anything that's not real cannot stand. It has a life cycle, and they themselves from that corporation is telling everyone that too, that this thing has a life cycle, and we're at the end of it. So why would anyone want to hold on to something that, well, I was going to say dying, but it has already been extinguished? Wow. We're all of us who are passing those around are creating, just face it, illegal acts. We're not going to, as Moors, we're not going to arrest each other for doing that, or even the citizens, but we must correct it, and it must start with us Moors. No one else has the authority. Who else? Where are we going to go? There's no other place on the planet to go but us. I yield. Islam.
Ooh, ooh. Empress, you just taught. We can shut this meeting down now, just off of that, because, you know, but Moors, we know this. We know this. So, you know, there's no other remedy but us. No other remedy but us. We first have to make it so that we will not be violated while we're doing what we're doing. That's something that we each do for ourselves, and we've shown how to do that. And then proceed, forge ahead. Forge ahead. What I was going to say before Empress Cynthia just taught this Congressional Assembly is Empress Sasha said earlier, she talked about feeling like things were lawless. Let me tell you something, Morris. Whenever you're feeling like everything is lawless, it's because it is until you speak. See, the appearance of lawlessness is an open door for the law to speak and put order to the chaos. And you're going to see the lawlessness until you speak. And when you speak, you're going to watch that whole thing come right back together again very quickly and get in order. That's what we're seeing right now. Right now, we're seeing entities that would have been running rampant and doing all types of foolishness. They're backing off and backing down and saying, well, the Moors are speaking. We got to be quiet and we have to sit down somewhere. When the Biblio-Paleo text says that we, and when I say we, we're talking about them, not us, because we're God, that there is someone seated at the right hand of the Father. Seated at the right hand does not mean what it sounds like. Seated at the right hand means you sit down when the right hand says sit down. It doesn't mean you're sitting next to me. It means you have been seated by the right red thumbprint. That's what that really means. So we have to actually do that. And we've done it. It's already done. All we're doing now is walking that out. So whenever you're feeling like things are lawless, that is the universe saying, establish the law. In order for the law to be executed, it must first be established. So we have to speak. Whatever we see that seems lawless, all we do is speak to it. We speak by affidavit. We see that the money piece is what it is. There's a fiat piece and then there's a money piece. That fiat piece seems chaotic, but not when we speak to it. And that's what we're doing. We're speaking to it. And that's the only reason why there hasn't been all-out chaos on the earth. Because they know we said, hold up, everybody put a mask on, be quiet, sit down, and let us do this. And don't let us do it because you can't let us do nothing. We're doing it, period. We don't need permission. So that feeling of lawlessness is an opportunity. Take it and speak. Speak. Because that's the thing that, silence is acquiescence. So we just keep speaking. We keep speaking, and then, once we speak, we don't have to even address that again. Once we address something competently, then it's on the public record, and that's why we put things on the public record. So after that, we don't have to say nothing. Public servants, check the public record so that you know what the law says about that. And the law is our affidavits, So that feeling of lawlessness that we perceive, to me, I lean right on in because I'm looking at it like, okay, so y'all just waiting on me to say something. Let me put that where it's supposed to be. We have to, because subjects cannot. They don't. Come on now. We've been through that part. We're done with that. So, Islam nobility.
Change the subject. We'll
Yes.
do a more subject, on the Mandamus writ, to do with appropriation.
Mm-hmm.
On the second page, you have contiguous U.S. and Hawaii. Now, it says operator, data technology, voice technology, data technology, and subscriber, millions. And the last one says, I can't see properly in the printouts that I have.
Which document is this? Is it one that you got from under one of the videos?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Mandamus writ.
Okay.
Public cellular phone service appropriation.
Mm-hmm.
Appropriation. On the chat that you did with all the providers in America, doing one over here for the name of the providers is different from the ones in America. There might be one and two that has the same name as in America, as in T-Mobile, T-Mobile America.
Mm-hmm.
Before where to find the voice technology information, the data technology information, and the subscribe in millions information, and the coverage. You see the coverages in what did I write that down? But you know what I'm talking about. I got the first one, the operator and the ownership. In between that, I've been looking for the information to create this document for over here in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to locate the that other part of the information.
Okay.
And, spread some light on that.
So get the ones that you know about. Because the ones that are over there at UK territory are derivatives and subsidiaries and agents and assigns of the ones here. Even though they have different names, they all started here at DC in, you know, on Dun and Bradstreet, where they all put their corporate documents. So let's see if I can assist with that briefly here really quickly. Okay. There are mobile phone providers, UK's leading. There are lists of them. Let's see. So here's some right here, seall, SIM only providers. So I would just, this is the list right here for UK territory.
Yeah, I've got all this already. What is the information basis, voice technology, data technology, subscribers in millions, and coverage.
If you have these providers, whenever you say agents, principals, heirs, assigns, and any derivatives thereof, then that's going to get all of the others.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
It's long.
It's long. It's long. So I'm so glad that that statement exists, because it saves us a lot of work, you know, over the time period. It saves us a lot of work. But we get as many of them as we can from, you know, from the very beginning of our research. Wikipedia was a good source when we were doing that demonstration. And so we had to nationalize the phone service and all of that. And the utilities, the lines, each and every part of that. And we're not done with that demonstration yet, but we definitely have to include that part in what we're doing. For those who have been sending us text messages, we don't always get all the text messages. And we have partial service on the cellular phone. It's basic service where the phone doesn't even ring unless it's through WhatsApp or Google Duo. So what we're doing is we're not going to contract again, and we're not going to be transferring credits or anything until we finish these demonstrations. So I apologize for those who've been trying to reach me by cell phone. If you don't use WhatsApp or Google, it's probably not going to come through. So just know that I'm not ignoring you or your text messages. But we have to get these demonstrations done properly so that all Moors can have what they need and what they want in terms of the resources on the vast estate. And once I start a demonstration, I don't stop until the demonstration is done. And sometimes that can be inconvenient. It is inconvenient for me to not be able to just pick up my phone and do whatever I need to do with it at any time. But we're almost there. So the ancestors know what's in our heart with regard to that. So we're just going to keep going. That's all. And not everyone has to do those demonstrations like that. If you want to continue doing things the way you do them, you're sovereign. You can do that. We're liquidating resources and doing all of that. So, you know, my thing is, and this has been the one linchpin in the whole thing, is we should be able to print up as much of whatever we need. That's my, you know, because other than that, everything else is working great. You know, everything else is working great, but we should be able to print up as much money as we need. We should also be able to travel and do the things that we need to do on our land without fear. And it's not even without fear, because that's not a thing, without being violated or molested, etc. Okay, that Islam, Empress.
I put a question in the chat. I guess you probably didn't see it. When you send Delorium to pay off a bill and they send it back to you and tell you what they want, what's the next step?
Okay, who are they talking to? And are they trying to liquidate you, or are you liquidating them? Because
I'm
see,
liquidating them.
Their corpses owe them.
Their corpses?
Their corpses owe them.
You say about liquidating their corpus?
No, what I was saying is their corpses owe them. We don't. So what we need to do, have you looked at Federal Rule for Civil Procedure, Title 4, Section 17 and 18?
No.
Okay. We've talked about that several times, where for those who, whenever they start talking, if you feel that you have to respond to what they're saying, then you want to use Federal Rule for Civil Procedure, Title 4, Sections 17 and 18. So let's take a look at that really quickly. Where it talks about the parties. There it is right there. Okay. Let's look at right here. We're looking at Title 4, entitled Parties, Rule 17, Part 1. Let's see, we're looking at... So this is entitled Plaintiff and Defendant Capacity and Public Officer. Here's A, here's B. We're looking at C1. C1. And this is what it says. Let me make this bigger so we can see it. C1. Minor or incompetent person. So, Empress, whenever they send something, they're sending it to an all capitalized name.
Okay.
Okay. So it says here, minor. That is a minor or incompetent person. Okay. It says with a representative. The following representatives may sue or defend on behalf of a minor or an incompetent person. Now, again, you're not a minor and you're not an incompetent person. The all caps is, so you must present properly. It says the following representatives may sue or defend on behalf of a minor or an incompetent person. A general guardian, B, a committee, C, a conservator, or D, a like fiduciary. When they say a like fiduciary, they're saying a fiduciary who is of the same nature or nationality as the minor. So what does that say? That's telling them that even though they thought they were talking to their person, they're actually talking to a natural person. And because they're talking to a natural person, our nationality then takes over because we've properly identified the parties. And now you can say, according to the supreme law of the land, I don't have any debt. You're being liquidated. You're bankrupt. Okay? And that this all caps is a living natural person, and this all caps doesn't have any debt. This all caps is actually in receivership of the bankrupt things, and not the bankruptcy, but the assets that the previous bankrupt debtor was claiming, which includes your domicile.
Okay.
Okay.
Islam Empress, I just want to add, I looked up the word paid in the Black's Law Dictionary, and if you are paying someone, that person is the creditor and you are the debtor, and so you don't want to use the word pay either when you're, I don't know, putting it on your affidavit and stuff.
Islam.
Okay.
Islam.
That would be referring to myself as the creditor.
Yes, absolutely.
Islam.
Okay, thank you.
Islam. Nobility.
Yeah, Islam. I had a question. Kind of, sort of, what the young lady was speaking about. What happens when they send you back the information saying you owe them a debt, but then they also confiscate the goods that you were leaning them about? So, for instance, if it's a conveyance, what about if they still override with your lien and still confiscate your vehicle or your conveyance?
Then your person has not been protected, because you protect. See, the three jurisdictions is personam, then territorial, then subject matter. Personam means to protect the person first. So all caps needed to be protected first, so that they can't get to the property. Because you have to get past the person's identity first in order to get to the property. So whenever they take property, that means that whoever the moor is whose property was taken has not fully, it doesn't mean that you did anything wrong. It means that there's more you need to do in terms of stating that your person is not their person. Because their person is a debtor. Your all caps is a creditor. And not a co-debtor. And that's what this is stating here. Okay? And again, I'm looking up a little bit. There's a little bit of feedback coming from one of the lines. Just one moment. Okay. So now, if you look at this, look up a little further, it talks about that in terms of who is who, what is the identity. Right here, it says a partnership or other unincorporated association with no such capacity under that state's law may sue or be sued in its common name to enforce a substantive right existing under the United States Constitution or laws. What they're saying about a common name is the uppercase and lowercase. A common name is a name that is a ward of the state. That's why they talk about the state's law. Okay, so that's a common name would be the first letter capitalized and the rest of the letters lowercase. Okay, that's the case there. But then they move to all uppercase letters here when they start talking about a minor or incompetent person. So you're talking about the all caps here. But look at B. 28 U.S.C. subsection 754 and 959A govern the capacity of a receiver appointed by a United States court to sue or be sued in a United States court. This is what we're doing right now. Our court and the beneficiaries are in receivership of assets, not debt. But you have to clarify that you're not a co-debtor, but that you are of the state that is a living creditor state and not a debtor state. Using this and our fiduciary document will do that. Will properly state that no matter what they say about a minor, about an all caps name, that you're not at war. Theirs is a nom de jure. Yours is a natural person. Created by you, not by them. And that's why whenever they speak to you, they speak to the in all caps, you send the fiduciary document, you quote this right here, and then you speak by affidavit. Don't use their forms to respond back to them. Don't use their forms to do that. You can't tell sovereigns what to do. We're just stressing. Don't use their forms to speak back to them. Use affidavits to state who you really are. And this right here is what they've been using. This right here is what they've been using. It says here, real party in interest. There's real parties and there's fake parties. It says an action must be prosecuted in the name of the real party in interest. We're prosecuting in them using our real invligus, which is a creation for the state. We're the state, they're individuals. They're not a big conglomerate. They're not they're not government. They're not the government. We are. So we are prosecuting, and prosecution is the same as, so for example, a lien is prosecution. But we have to terminate all corporate contracts before you do any of those actions. You need to terminate all corporate contracts. That way you're not a co-debtor on the lien. Because see, when we lien the United States Corporation Company, we're liening all caps that they have created. So all they're doing is going out and saying, okay, we've been liened by the Moors, so all caps, y'all got to pay up. Because the Moors have liened us. It says the following may sue in their own name. That means that there's somebody who is using names that aren't their own, without joining the person for whose benefit the action is brought. And right here at E, it says a trustee of an express trust. Express trust. We do express trust. Okay, so all of these, a party with whom or in whose name a contract has been made for another's benefit. All contracts, and this is why it's important to terminate corporate contracts and then put your affidavit out there. Because then there can be a benefit gained, but there can be no benefit if a debtor contract is used. That's why we get everything that we get by affidavit. Okay, so do the study, please, on this. So that you know what all, what we're talking about with regard to the all caps name and all of that. Okay, they don't own any all caps names that are not debtors. They don't own any creditors. They only create debt. We only create credit. So it says here, for all other parties by the law of the state. That's why statehood and our courts were so important. Okay? It says capacity to sue or be sued. Capacity to sue or be sued is determined as follows. For an individual who's not acting as a representative in a representative capacity by the law of the individual's domicile. This doesn't say anything about residence. It says domicile. That means where is your domicile? Where is it? Because you can't have a domicile in a fake corporation. And then it says, number 2, for a corporation by the law under which it was organized. Again, we can have our own corporations or corpus sanctum, but they must be organized on the land and not in a court situation. That's why the constitutions on the public record were so important. They established location, land location, and not court's location. And then it says for all other parties by the law of the state where the court is located. Does it say what kind of court? It just says court in all lowercase letters. Okay. And our state courts are located on the land. It says a partnership or other unincorporated association with no such capacity under the state's law may sue or be sued in its common name to enforce a substantive right existing under the United States Constitution or laws. And then there's B, which we just talked about, B. And it mentions a receiver specifically, Morris, because they already know that they were bankrupt. We are in receivership now. And receivership is done by way of our fiduciary document and the things that are stated on the fiduciary document. In other words, you must properly identify your person, nobility, because somewhere in what has been sent to them or stated to them, they see a person that they keep trying to claim. And Empress Aisha, same thing. They keep seeing a person that they're claiming. So you must state clearly that your person is not their person. Your person is your person, is a natural living person. Therefore, natural living substantive rights and kick in, and inheritance and hereditaments kick in.
I use my fiduciary document along with the appellation change documents, the liens on the non-de-gear name and Social Security.
So then what about the money part?
I sent the Laria.
Okay, when you first got whatever it is that they took initially, first of all, how long ago did you get whatever it is? When was the contract made? Did you know who you were when the contract was made?
No, I wasn't. This is no. The contract was made at least 2 years prior to me waking up.
Okay. And then, since you've been awake, have you used fiat to pay at any time on that contract?
Yeah.
So I'll say this about that, and please take this in the spirit of love that I give it. Once we declare who we are, a lot of times, and we've seen this before, and we're in transition. This is the only reason why this is happening. Okay, Moors do this because we're in transition. But what we'll do is we'll state that we're Moors, and as long as we have the fiat to pay, we will pay with fiat. But then when we run out of fiat and don't have it anymore, then we use our Moorish, we start using Moorish documentation. We actually have to do what we do at all times, be ourselves at all times, okay? Because it's going to be important even as we move forward that the old fiat system, it's not even a matter of convenience anymore. because it's not convenient. Those are bonds. They have serial numbers on them. So now that the property has been taken, then again if there are any other contracts that have been acted on, such as a payment made, or if you tried to make payment with them, have you been talking to them on the phone, etc. Let your documentation speak for you, because a lot of times we will do, and this is why we are tested this way. We will, for example, if there's a conveyance and the conveyance was made by a citizen contract, and we didn't state who we really were because we didn't know, okay? When we wake up and we realize who we are, and then they start putting some pressure on the situation to either pay it off, get the, whatever, do whatever, use the fiat system to do whatever. As we do that, a lot of times we will resort back to trying to pay, trying to do payment arrangements, trying to do, pay partially. And then when we realize that that's not going to work, we then say, okay, moorishe science. Moorishe, we have to be ourselves at all times, regardless of what the outcome may be. Because it was just a matter of time before we got to this point here now, where now we're going to print our own money again, but it's going to be United States money instead of just our nation's money. Okay? Islam. And it's just a matter of time before we already know this though, that everything that we thought we lost will come back 7 times 70 and more. But that's, with regard to conveyances that have been taken already, we have to demonstrate our sovereign status still and state who our person is, that our person belongs to us, that our person is a creditor, and not ever go back and contract with them. We don't need to talk to them on the phone unless we're doing court actions first. Okay? We could look through each demonstration where we hear those things, and we can find where we have opportunities for growth. Did you talk to them on the phone at all, Nobility, during that time period?
No, but the first times I did, I started a court action. They would just hang up. So I never got to even speak to them at all.
Did you finish the court action?
Yeah, I would still finish it.
Good. So,
but my other part of this equation is now where I'm renting from. I did everything but sent the documents to the company that I'm renting from. Because I'm still trying to search for the CEO's signature and try to, present them with that bankruptcy document. But as of right now, I'm still paying with fiat because if we lose this place, I ain't got nowhere to go. I'm on the street now. So I'm in a bond. I'm basically.
You already think you are. Go ahead.
I'm just in a situation now that if I go and try to proceed with the documents on trying to claim to them that I'm the heirs, my affidavit should speak for me, and then I begin to stop payment, then, their resort is always trying to evict you. So I'm trying to prevent that at the same time. But I did do the documents. I put them on the public record. I just didn't send it to the corporate office because I haven't found all the people that is in there, I guess, the hierarchy. All the custodians. I'm still trying to locate all the custodians because a lot of stuff leads you to sites that you got to pay for to get the information.
That's true. And we don't really necessarily have to do that. We don't have to pay for information.
Right.
So then if you're not feeling comfortable, don't do the demonstration.
Right. Yeah.
Don't do the demonstration.
Yeah, because I mean, if the other ones is just not working, I can't afford to be out on the street.
Well, and then if that's the way you're feeling about it, nobility, then always demonstrate at the level of your overstanding. But I will say this, everybody that I've ever heard say that, the thing that they fear comes upon them anyway if they don't demonstrate. It's kind of like Job. That's where that came from, is that we have to demonstrate, we have to be ourselves, period. But again, each one has to do that at the level of their overstanding. So if you're feeling like the demonstrations that you did not work, even though they did, I know they did. But if you feel like they didn't work, then there's some energy work that I would suggest, and also demonstrate at the level that you feel comfortable. But I'll tell you that everyone that I've ever heard that said that, you know, they ended up having to demonstrate anyway.
Well, I mean,
take it a step at a time. Just take it a step at a time, nobility.
Right. But, you know, I did demonstrations as far as for the for Xfinity, T-Mobile, the conveyance piece, you know, quite a few of them. I did everything that I can try to live a normal life with, and none of them has been. I just don't think they were successful because I'm not receiving the, you know, any of the services that I've been trying to lean so that I can still have my services with the demonstrations. So
then always demonstrate at the level of your overstanding is what I can tell you. But I will say this, that for example, I've done demonstrations previously, and the outcome that I wanted to see didn't necessarily happen, but right after that something else did. The ancestors gave us more information. So we look for the lessons in our demonstrations. Just look for the lessons because they're there. You know, it's important as we move through this period. Again, we know we're being tested. We know that that it's taking spiritual eyes to see a lot of what is going on, because a lot of it cannot be seen with the natural eye just yet for some. And that's okay. We're in transition. One thing that is going to happen is that the transition will be complete. It's really already complete. We just have to walk it through. So, you know, if you feel that way, nobility, my suggestion would be to keep demonstrating. That's my suggestion to you. Because, see, no one can minimize what you're feeling. Nobody can say, oh, that's not really, you know, it really did work. I cannot say that for you. I can say it because of what I know, that your demonstrations worked. But that what matters to you is what you see and what you said. So, you know, always demonstrate at the level of your overstanding. I've heard more say, nothing we did work. I've heard more say that the affidavits don't work, and et cetera, et cetera. Well, those are your affidavits. So look at them and see what's happening. Now, let me say this too, nobility, about what you just said. You just said, you just talked about how, you know, you're going to keep paying this in order to make sure that you don't end up on the street, which is an indicator. That's an indicator. of why other things have been going the way they're going. That's an indicator that there's a lack of knowing there. And it's okay. It's okay. That's not a bad thing. It's just something that has to be addressed and worked on. Okay? Because one thing I know about our ancestors is that they don't want us out on the street. But they do want us committed 100% to what we're doing. They would rather we be hot or cold. Hot or cold. Be all in no matter what, or cold. And I'm not saying that you're either one of those. I'm just saying that that's what our ancestors are suggesting that we do. Because, again, you can't tell sovereigns what to do. And the reason you can't is because sovereigns do what they want to do. And the outcome will be what it is. So if you're feeling like, and you're not the only Moor that feels that way. There are other Moors who feel like nothing they've done has worked. When you feel that way, that's the time to lean in. Lean all the way in to your studies and your demonstrations. Lean in more. We've been there too in the beginning when we first started doing this work. We would do things and be like, why didn't they respond to that? Then we found out later they weren't supposed to respond to it. But we didn't know that at the time. So you have to demonstrate as far as you can see.
Well, I mean, I've done a lot of demonstrations, and I even did the bank demonstrations, and I don't, since you don't hear anything, it's like hard to know if anything is working. How do you know? And then how do you perform a demonstration, like going out and just performing a demonstration, because if you don't know, you don't get no answers. And now it's to the point where if no one is in office because we liquidated in bankruptcy, then we're really not going to get any answers if no one is in office. So
then the key to what you're saying, and you've already given the key is this. What if no one is there? Then who's the law? Who's governing? Who gets to say? Whenever they didn't say anything back, they were just preparing us for them not being here. And saying, go on and govern it. Because what if no one is there? And they're not really. Then what?
But
we have to look to know what the next, that's what this study is all about. That's what this study is all about. Is, okay, now we know they're not there, so now what do we do on our own land to get the things we need with all of these resources everywhere? Now what? That's a great question for you to ask, because the ancestors and the energies are going to answer it. They're going to send the answer. We just talked about another remedy. We remedy everything that has to do with us. We do that. So,
I understand a lot of this, as far as they want us to operate under the straw man, because that's where.
No straw man. No straw man. A straw doesn't have anything in it. It's empty. It's an empty vessel. It's a conveyance method. It's not a straw, and that might be part of the issue too. We're not using straw men. No. It's what you call it that matters. If you're trying to do things under a straw man, no wonder it's not working, nobility. No wonder you can't see that it's not working.
No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm just trying to figure out, like, if my demonstrations are not working, and I'm doing everything that I sent all the 42 plus documents, and you know, I'm trying to figure, like, are they actually, maybe they're not just reading it, maybe they're not reading the documents, maybe they're just proceeding on with what they want to remain dead at sea.
Well, you're focused on them, but I would state that you should focus on whether you know what's in the documents or not. Because if you're saying that, and I have to go there again, nobility. I'm not attacking. I'm not doing any of that. I'm saying this because it's important that you see. What just came out of your mouth is the key. I want you to see the key, the answer. I want you to see the answer. Okay, we know what the problem is. The problem is you're saying you're not getting results. So let's look at the key. The key is it's not a straw man. And if you've been doing your demonstration, because that came out of your mouth really easily.
Well, that's because I could tell you where that came from.
I know where it came from.
Well, it was some of the studies. It was some of the studies that I was just doing earlier under, you know, the thumb drive that Tariq Bey presented on the House of Reawakening. So I just got the thumb drive, and I was reading the creditors and the creditors and the bonds, and it was talking about the straw man piece and stuff like that. So
then you know we don't use a straw man because they created a straw man, not us.
Right.
So we don't use a straw man. You can't use a straw man at all. When people say things, and this is why I'm constantly correcting my own self-nobility, because I do that sometimes too. I'll say something, and then that red flag will come up in my mind, and I say, wait a minute, let me fix that. We have to know that the keys to our freedom is in our language. So it's not a straw man, and I'm on that piece because that's so important. That's like the main thing. That's what we just went over. Where in the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, you actually have to use the right one, the right person, not the wrong person. When they speak, they're speaking to their person. They're not speaking to your natural person that you own. But if you respond to them, then you're saying, my person is the same person that you're talking about. You see what I'm saying? So when you do actions regarding what they say, when you rebut what they say, it's not a response, it's a rebuttal. And when you rebut what they say, you rebut it with, you're not talking to me or my natural person. You're talking to your nom de jure, who is a debtor. Let me show you who the creditor is. And because this is the creditor, this all caps is the creditor, and I'm the fiduciary for that. And I'm also the fiduciary for your liquidation, your bankruptcy. This is the law regarding the property. See, when we say those things, we say them repeatedly, and sometimes most will say, yeah, I know that part, but blah, 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 and they go right on past that, but you can't go past that. You actually have to acknowledge that. All Moors have to acknowledge that, because that's the key. See, you gave the key in what you said, nobility. You have the remedy and the answers to what you're saying. And usually when Moors speak, it's not long after they say something like, none of my affidavits seem to work, that the answer will come right after that. Because they sought the answer by saying they don't get it. yet. And it's okay to say that. And I say, if you don't understand something, say you don't understand it. And the minute you say that, the ancestors are going to put that answer right there. You spoke the key. You spoke the key, the remedy. The remedy is go back to all the demonstrations you did before and use that one document, the fiduciary document in blue, and know what it says. Know that it says they're not a loan company. They didn't loan you anything. You're the creditor. They're bankrupt. But they took, see, this is why they're taking things more. Listen to me carefully. The reason they're taking things is because we are calling in the bankruptcy. We're liquidating. We want our stuff. So the conveyance belongs to you. The place you're at belongs to you. Okay? But you have to know finance. You have to know trust law. Trust law and finance is the same thing. You have to know the difference between creditors and debtors, and creditors, debtors, and co-debtors. And that's what Federal Rule for Civil Procedure does. It says everyone must be properly identified. Even the minors, the persons, the all caps names, they must be properly identified. They have to be on all documentation. Proper identification of the all caps name is what the demonstrations are. It sounds that you've been doing where, you know, light bills and conveyances and things like that are concerned. Nobility, you're doing all the right things by demonstrating. Let me put that on the record first. It's because we have to demonstrate. You know, I say always demonstrate at the level of your understanding, but the first few words of that is always demonstrate. That's the key. Number two is that the all caps name in any court action, the first thing that must be done is proper identification of the parties. Now, there are some Moors who can hold them at that and they can't move any further. There are some citizens who can hold them at who are you and who am I. That means you can't have anything that's over here. Regardless of when the contract was made. You can't have, if you can hold them there at personam jurisdiction. Personam is about persons. So I will say this too, nobility. I am honored that you felt comfortable enough to say what you said about your demonstrations, because the only way to get the remedy to that is to be honest and truthful about what you had, what you saw, and all of that. Now, they were never supposed to say anything back. But that's where the spirit realm comes in at. That's where the spirit realm comes in at, knowing that when you speak the law to your subjects and your servants, what do they say? What are they supposed to say back to you? I'm not going to do that? That's not what they're supposed to say. They're supposed to go and do it. That does make it a little difficult for some to see. I get that. I get it. And I've had my times in this where I would do something and I would look and look and look and say, okay, I still don't see anything yet, but I know. I just did a demonstration yesterday where I didn't see what I wanted to see in terms of that demonstration. But I know they have to do it. So now the ancestors are telling me, look in their codes and statutes, and they don't have any really, they're ours, and see whether there's a time frame for that to be done. Because we even put the codes and statutes in place. We just have to elevate them to them being the law. And as soon as I did that and started looking again back at what I did, I'm not looking at them because I already know they got to do what we tell them. but I do know we have to be competent when we do that. That's when the information that we just gave you came to us about the currency and us authenticating our own currency. You know, the ancestors will give the answers. We just have to look and ask and seek. And even if, you know, anything that we have lost during this time period, we're going to get it back. Repeatedly get it back. Islam, Empress.
Islam, Empress. Somebody shared something with me, and it's relevant to what you're saying right now. They shared something with me, and it's in the Business and Commerce Code. And it's saying that you can cancel your contract, but they expect the merchandise back if you do that. So while listening to the brother talk about, you know, what he's expecting to see with his demonstrations, and then them saying them giving back delirium or, you know, doing certain things, I'm thinking that they're trying to say, okay, you're saying who you are, but we made a contract with the straw, and whatever the contract says with the straw, it got to be honored. Even though we're counseling and saying who we are, it's like we're leaving them in limbo because, you know, because according to them, according to this Business and Commerce, they say when you cancel, they expect their stuff back. So it's like, so we're canceling and we're saying we're who we are, but we're leaving them hanging because they expect a certain thing according to the way they wrote it. And then, two, okay, so let's say I have a car and, you know, and I cancel the contract with it, and then they're expecting the car back or whatever. But I'm saying, you know, this is, you know, this is mine. I'm sovereign. This is mine and everything. But okay, so how did I get that conveyance in honor? Did I pay up? You know, what did I do to get that? Because I'm saying I got it now. But, you know, to me, they trying to show that we have possession of something, but we're not either closing it out properly or something. Something's not going on. Something's not going on where we're saying, okay, the straw had it and I got it now. It's like, okay, well, how did you get it? Did you pay for it? Who did you pay? You know, that's what I'm kind of hearing, because this Business and Commerce Code, the way they expect things to go down according to, you know, these codes when we cancel our contracts. So yeah, so I'm just putting out there to see if anybody got.
Let me say something about that. That's good, Empress, because, you know, you're looking at you're looking in the right direction. I will say that, looking in the right direction. The reason I say you're looking in the right direction is because, again, they can't take anything that they don't have a right to. But let me say this, they don't have a right to anything. Okay, so that is one of the reasons why we've been talking about persons. If you got something in the straw man name, you're thinking it's the straw man name, let me pull this document up here really quickly.
Okay.
Because this is important. What you just said is very important.
Yeah, because I'm thinking they're saying we might be calling them out on their stuff, but what are you doing that's honorably? You know, I think they're trying to catch us up on something like that, because they don't have any, you know.
Okay.
Them, but I think they're trying to show that we're dishonorable in some kind of way.
Yes. Okay. Let me just say that. Let me say this about that. Again, and we're not going to say anything we haven't said already. It's not about belligerence. Nope, it's not about belligerence. It's not about that. Moors, whenever we took on that citizen status and their fake person, That was fraud on our part. That's what they're really saying. But see, some, in order to keep property, and I'm not saying anybody on this call, I'm saying this in general. Some, in order to keep property, will continue to be that thing, that dead person. So the key is always going to be to give them back their person. Give them back their person, because their person is dead, period. So now what did we do to give, to do that? We talked about this not too long ago, and I told you all that I did this demonstration. The ancestors led me to do it, and I'm trying to put it on the screen, and it's still not wanting to come on the screen, but you're coming on the screen, buddy. Let me just get this document on the screen. There it is. Okay. So when it says render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, Caesar is an action. That's an action, to seize something. Either it's being seized or it's in your season. Either one. One of those two is going to be going on. You don't have to give back the property. You got to give back the person. Because the person never owned property in the first place. The property was given by the creditor. Okay? We're the creditor, period. But if we're using fiat on one hand to pay for things, but then we're doing a demonstration over here, then we're going to have to reconcile to be one or the other. Okay? Now, what am I saying about that? Some are not going to like this, and I really I have to go beyond whether people are going to like it or not. In the face of whatever we have to face, we must be ourselves. So I'll put it that way, instead of saying what I was originally going to say. Because some will then start whining and saying, we don't need a bunch of children out there on the street, which we don't. But the only way the children are going to avoid being on the street is us being ourselves. See, us being ourselves and giving them back their person means we're being set up. We're setting ourselves up for something great. But that something great cannot come until we get rid of their person. That means you're answering to someone and trying to save something using a conveyance method that's not right. That can't save anything. Those all caps names as issued by them cannot save any property. It can't. The only time you get to keep what you have is when the creditor gives it, not a debtor, because debtors don't own nothing. And so what we did, and I didn't, I didn't care whether what they were going to do, because see, I have some travel planned and all of that coming up, and some would think, well, you need a passport to travel, you need a driver's license to travel. I didn't care. I didn't care. I didn't care. I didn't care. I said, you know what? I'm going to be myself on this travel. I'm going to be myself on the travel. And so what did I do? I packaged up all passport, driver's license, all that stuff. Packaged it up, put an affidavit together, and gave them back their person. And I took it down to the inferior court, and I put it there. And Justice Akil, they responded, because that was their person. Until I said that you have your person, because I got my own. And what did they say? They took an inventory. They took their person into their inventory and sent me back what I can use as the creditor. They sent back everything except 2 documents they didn't send back. One of them was the marriage certificate. They sent that back because, and I know why they sent that back. I mean, they didn't send that back. They lied and said it wasn't in there, but it was. But see, they can't really rightfully take that because there's more than one party involved there. A subject, my consort, until he fully declares who he is a subject of mine. He has to be. That's the only protection he will have. Until he says, okay, I'm all in. He declared his nationality on paper at one point, but for him, he has to think things through. It takes him a while because of his sign. He's a Gemini. Geminis, they have to take their time and absorb things, and it has to, you know, whereas Leos, we absorb a different way. I'm not saying it's better or worse. I'm saying it's different. And then we go ahead and do what we need to do. So I gave them back their person, and they sent me back all that stuff after they inventoried and took in their person. And I showed you all the inventory list of them taking their person and all of that. Because, see, their person only existed on paper. Their person is not even a real document, a real something you can touch. Their person is a fiction. It's a fiction. It doesn't even exist. It doesn't. It's a fiction. Paper. So now, if I were to use any of those things, that's liquidation assets right there, if I chose to use them. Because I gave them back their person. And they showed that, okay, we took our person into inventory. You can have these things back because those things don't belong to their person, no way. They're made out of paper. Paper comes from trees. Trees come from our land. So we have to be willing to give them back their person, and then you don't have to give back things because their person doesn't own anything. And then when they responded, the one that responded, he signed in blue, bright blue ink, which is subject status, ward of the state. So, you know, I would encourage. I'm just so glad, Justice Akil, that you felt, you know, okay with saying that, because many Moors have felt that way previously. Give them back their person. Their person pays in fiat. Okay, I'm just saying. Their person pays in fiat. Our person does not. And if they see any contradiction there, then they're going to say, no, I see our person. I see our corpse, our nom de jure warning. And that is a process. That's not something that happens overnight. That's a process. And so we have to go do the process. You know, so for those that are paying with fiat, don't feel bad about it, but you're going to have to come out of it at some point. And so now what we're going to do is create further remedy. But in order for us to even get to this point, because we just talked about the United States dollar that we're going to create, it'll be green for the most part. It's going to look a lot like what's there, but it will be different because it will come from us. Just like our dollarium came from us. Dollarium says we're the creditors. That the creditor nation is this one, not that one. this one. And being bold enough to print your own money and send it out is that's proof that you know you're the creditor. So Justice Akil, congratulations on that. Send that needed to be sent. They need to know that, because all you did was give them a heads up. Islam information.
Yeah.
It's okay, Justice Akil. I'm just glad that you said what you said, because many more have felt that way in the past.
Well, I just sent another demonstration with Janet Yellen's signature on my delirium. So at the courthouse here in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. So I'm leaning the courthouse here too. So
Islam. Those things need to be done, nobility. Those things need to be done, and I'm glad it's you doing them.
Yeah. So I've leaned a couple of the policy enforcers out here already. So
Islam.
I'm still going forward.
Yeah. That's now you got me there, because yes, we have to move forward. We have to keep going. We have to forge ahead. Islam.
So how do we clean that up where we give back the straw?
Yes.
And then we have the property, the conveyance, or whatever. And so as far as they're concerned, that straw still has some accountability. So they keep trying to talk that straw. So how do we clarify that straw is no longer tied to the property or conveyance that we are holding a title to? How do we, because they keep trying to get something, or at least, they saying, okay, well, you're a noble, but this straw needs to finish balancing these books or whatever.
Okay. That's a great question. We just went over that. Let's go over that again. You have to properly identify. Okay. So how do you properly identify? I believe
proclaiming your nationality, doing the document.
Yes, and then Federal Rule for Civil Procedure, Title 4, Sections 17 and 18. Okay, that's right here on the screen. It says here, a like fiduciary. See, they were pretending to be the fiduciary for the corpses, and really they're not fiduciaries; they're actors. But that is the action that they were taking. Is all they're saying is we're the fiduciary for this dead corpse, so we have to act in the corpse's best interest and get the stuff back. So we have to do the same thing in order to get things back over here on our side. But again, it must be a like fiduciary. It says it right there. A like fiduciary means, are you like this or are you like that? Is it a natural person or is it a dead corpse? So you can literally quote this. Federal Rule 4, Civil Procedure, Title 4, at parties. Let's go to the party. Rule 17 at C1 and 2. There it is right there. Now, there's a part of this here. Just one moment. Let me see. Where did I see that at? And this right here also, where it talks about joinder and actions in the name of the United States for another's use or benefit, this is what we're doing right here, right now. And Empress Shatali, what you just said is this part right here. It says the court may not dismiss an action for failure to prosecute in the name of the real party in interest until after an objection, and with this we could just put the word rebuttal there, a reasonable time has been allowed for the real party in interest to ratify, join, or be substituted into the action. See, until we put the proper person in there, our proper person, into the action, they're going to continue to try and take stuff and proceed because they see a dead corpse there. And the creditor wants their stuff. The dead corpse is not the creditor, we are. But until we speak up and say, hold up, I'm the creditor, so that belongs to me and not you. Okay? We have to state that.
And are we showing some kind of payment to another sovereign or something to show that we did, you know, an exchange? Because even if we're saying all that, they're like, okay, well, how did you get the? Did you come across it? You know,
how did you get the property? How did you get the property? Is the property paid for? Is there an exchange on the record?
Even though it ain't none of their business, but still they trying to, you know, trying to show us to be a fraud in some kind of way by, you know, by trying to, you know, get us to to answer to that. And so because we're at such an early stage, you know, at some point, you know, we should be putting our proper, you know, exchange, just, you know, just to show how we came across the property. Because they keep
Islam, I have the floor.
Islam.
Well, you know, I'm listening to Shatali, but if you have leaned the United States Service Corporation, then you're talking about the corporate state. You lean the corporate state, the governor, the secretary. You go all the way down to where you get to your county, your city, and you lean all of them, and you lean the police. So once you lean on those people, they have no more, they can't say anything. They're subjects. They have nothing to say. You just take a zipper and you zip up their mouth because they can't say anything because they have no jurisdiction over nothing. So when you lean yourself, which is the straw, that entity they've been passing their debt through, now it's $100 million on that straw. Now, they don't own that. If they did own it, now they got $100 million. Give him $100 million. I'll give you the car. I don't want it. You can have it, but they can't have money because they don't own nothing here.
Yeah, but how did you get in possession of? Just because you leaned them, and so now the lien is on them. So
I have possession of it because it's mine. I have possession of the car.
It's your birthright.
Possession is 9/10 of the law. I have it in my possession.
Okay.
They don't own nothing, so I claimed it by putting a title on it. Now it's in my trust.
Yeah, I do. I know that. But
once you put the lien on them, that's the end of talking. They can't do any more talking. You do all the talking. You just have, like Sister Wright said, you have to be competent when you're doing something. And don't do something over your head. Keep it level so you know what you're doing. Keep it level.
So, Empress Shatali, what you're saying, you're bringing forth, definitely needs to be brought forth because it's important that we put on the public record and respond even still, or elaborate on rather, what Justice Akil was saying. So I'm trying to bring up Chapter 29 of Magistrate and Subject so that we can see why it is that they do speak. Okay? Why do they speak? Even after we're doing what we're doing. I'll just read verses 1 and 2. Just one moment, because this is important. So just one moment. With regard to them speaking and saying whatever it is subjects do, all the subjects do is give opinions. According to the Declaration of Independence, it talks about the opinions of mankind. Okay? So the only reason they're here, Morris, is to is what we're about to say here on the screen here. Chapter 29, Magistrate and Subject of the Holy Quran of the Moorish Holy Temple of Science. It says, O thou the favorite of heaven, whom the sons of men, thy equals, have agreed to raise to sovereign power and set as a ruler over themselves. That's their job. They're going to do their job. Now, we can be mad about that if we want to be mad about it, but really it's not profitable for us to do that. That's why energy clearing is so important. We actually have to be raised to our sovereign power, knowing that when we say what we say and we speak, that it is the law, period, and that it's competent law. It says, consider the ends and importance of their trust. That means there's a trust factor between the magistrate and the subject. We're not talking about corpses and corporations. It says, and it should say far more than the dignity and height of thy station. Okay. Thou art clothed in purple and seated on a throne. The crown of majesty investeth thy temples, the scepter of power is placed in thy hand, but not for thyself were these ensigns given, not meant for thine own, but for the good of thy kingdom. That's why the subjects are here, Morris. So let's make sure that we know that as we're moving forward. And so whenever something happens and a conveyance is taken, or a domicile is taken, or something like that, they're trying to point us back to something that we need to do in terms of looking at the study and competently executing our sovereign status. Okay? That's really what they're doing. I would not be sitting here, and many of you would not be sitting where you are if that were not true. They would have been able to just run rampant, which they cannot. So let's keep that in mind as we're going through and doing our demonstrations. And when you demonstrate, Morris, and you don't see anything, then continue to study, go on to your next demonstration, or wait if you want to wait. Whichever you choose. You're going to learn something or remember something in that demonstration either way. For example, with Empress Shasha, you had talked about looking through and spending time looking for the signatures. I'm learning more about governing just by looking for signatures than not looking for signatures, because I'm looking at the things that they do sign, and everything that they signed has language in it that says, we know we're not the government, but we're going to represent until the Moors say stop representing. And that's not something where we just say stop it. What we do is we demonstrate stop it. Because there's no two governments on this land. There's only one, and that's us. The documents that I've seen where they yielded their quote-unquote jurisdiction to certain entities, and those entities were only one person who sent out a questionnaire, one quote unquote, let's say Federal Reserve judge, because did you know the Federal Reserve board, quote unquote, board of governors is judges, and I'm talking about us, would send out one questionnaire to a company, a corporation, and we could hang them high on their responses, and they had to respond. All the banks had to do it. Everyone, the banks, we're the banks. All of the custodians in the office of banks that were previously in the office of banks had to do it. Everyone had to do it. Respond to that one judge who said, I'm the Federal Reserve. So that is the absolute authority that we have. But we have to know we have that authority, and then when we send something out, know that it must be done. When I don't hear anything, I just assume that it's done, but it's not an assumption. I know it's done. Whether I see what I said, okay, I would like for this to turn out this way. Whether I see that or not, I know that it's done. It's just a matter of unlocking. It's kind of like when you let me think of a good analogy. If you were to, let's say you were operating some piece of machinery that holds water, and you wanted to let the water out into another part of that container, a different section of that container. When you open the door, you know that the water went through. Okay, just like if you're at the sink and you fill the sink up with water, and then you pull the stopper, you know the water's going to go down because the law of gravity is in place there. You can pull the stopper out and leave the room. You don't expect the water to sit there until you come back and say something. It just is, because the law is in place. It's the same way with everything that we do. A lot of times I'll send out commands and I don't even look at it. I don't worry about it. I proceed as if it's already done, because it is already done. When I say it's done, it's done. Period. So whenever I do those demonstrations, and if I don't see something, if I turn back and say, well, ancestors, I didn't see what I needed to see here, then within 24 hours or less, they will say, this is what needs to be done next. And generally, it's something they hadn't given me previously. See, they don't have to keep repeating themselves to us. We can hear them. We just need each one of the keys. But they don't give keys until we demonstrate competently the keys they've already given us. That's how this works. You know, we had to competently state that we knew the difference between a dead person and our natural living person that we own, that we tell what to do, and that we use in this receivership process of assets. So more, you know, continue to put your energies on knowing the difference between their person and your person. And the best way to do that is to go ahead and create your person and then start notifying everyone that this is my person. And if you see Pauline Denise Ritchie on any paper and I didn't create it, that's not me. This is me. And each piece of paper that's created out there, if I want that piece of paper to be me, it will be me. For example, some have asked about like insurance policies and being the beneficiary of someone who has passed, you know, transition, and they want to be the beneficiary of their insurance policy. You can do that. You can say that person is me. Here, according to Federal Rule for Civil Procedure, Title 4, Section 17, I'm saying that's me, but this other one is not me. This debtor over here, that's not me. And you say that by affidavit. So when there's an insurance policy that was created, and if you know that the benefit was meant to come to you, Then by affidavit, you state, that's my person, not your person, insurance company, because the insurance company can't even give a benefit. The beneficiary has to step forward and say, that's my benefit. Or else no one gets it, they get debt. So demonstrating our status, I mean, from day one, when we first nationalized back in 2017 was when I first declared my nationality. I've always been a national. We've always been ourselves. But when we declare it, you know, back in 2017 when I declared on the public record, the first thing I had to do, the first test that came was to demonstrate my status with regard to my ID card. That was the first thing I had to do, was say, this is me. This is my ID, not the ID that you say is mine. This is mine. I had to do that. And that was the beginning of this. Look at what we've been through since that time period. We've been through some tests since that time period, but each test gave us the keys that we needed, so we were willing to be tested. If you're not willing to be tested, then it's going to take a little longer for you. That's just the way this works. But if you're willing to be tested, then you can get things done. You can get things done pretty quickly, for the most part. You know, and not being willing to be tested, to each his own. No one can judge anyone else by that. We just went in feet first and hit the ground running. And so the test came quicker and quicker and quicker, you know. That meant 2 POW demonstrations and a whole bunch of paper going back and forth, you know, or being handed down, rather. So it's just a matter of, you know, always demonstrate at the level of your overstanding and then seek the remedy. And the ancestors will give it. With that being said, I won't continue there. Are there any other comments and wisdom? Empress Chitali, thank you so much, because that's key. We actually probably need to stay focused on that for a minute. Because the way you put it, Empress Chitali, was very true. They see something that says you're not raised all the way to your sovereign power.
Yeah. Yeah, they're trying to expose it. And,
they're trying to point something out.
Well, it is pointing something out too, if we look at it the right way. But at the same time, then they use that to call the policy enforcers or whatever, because even though we're showing them where they're wrong, they're trying to say, well, you wrong too. Because, okay, well, how did you, if you're saying that straw ain't you, we gave that to the straw. So how'd you get it?
And then we have to identify them properly and say, you didn't give nobody anything. You're a third-party interloper.
Right. So we need to plug them holes, because they're trying to use that.
Yes, and proper identification of the parties will plug the holes.
Yes. Yes. So we can't jump to say, I mean, you know, we gotta cross the T's and dot the I.
Because go ahead, Empress. I'm sorry. I do not want to cut that with them.
Because they are trying to point something out. I mean, just to say, you know, or like the I think it was the Empress that was on the call today who said they gave they sent the DeLorean back. So they still trying to deal with the straw. And
they see something that says you're not fully raised to your sovereign power yet, so we're going to stay on you until you do.
Yep. So you got to plug them holes so that, and then they will accept it, because they still trying to deal with that straw.
I'll tell you this, we're going to print something that looks a lot like the greenbacks. We're going to print, but it must be competent. That's why we're being given the serial number information and all of that. And then we have to authenticate our own money by autographing it in red.
Yeah, because that the same website you sent us to, well, no, that was the other day where you showed Ghana. I started looking in there, and then I saw the U.S. Gold coin, you know, what they were doing at the time and stuff. So, yeah, we're all together studying on that part. And so the only thing I saw was, okay, so how are we going to make it ours? And so that's going to be our autograph on there?
Yes. Okay. Yep, in red.
Okay.
And we'll put some things forth in that respect for your, of course, for your approval and for your input. We'll put it forth. And I'm telling you, once we follow the security mechanisms, and we're not following them, once we align with the security mechanisms, you'll be able to feed whatever we print into a machine, and it'll recognize it and it'll take it.
Oh, great.
Yep. Say again, Empress. Your thing cuts you off a little bit.
I said I have no problem demonstrating that.
Yeah. 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 So, you know, doing the demonstration of it, we have to be ourselves even there, so that, you know, even if someone said, "Oh, that's counterfeit money she put in there," we have to be able to know how to demonstrate that we are who we say we are.
That's the name of the game. Okay, what is the law? Something that says everything must be proven or something like that? Yeah, you gotta.
Yeah, and anything that's not rebutted is accepted.
Yeah.
So everything that we've done thus far, we had to do. We had to produce everything. Everything that we've done thus far has been 100% in preparation for this, what we're doing next. We had to show that we were willing to use what we print. And not be afraid. And tell them this is what's going to be used.
Because that's one of our biggest problems. People keep back to me like, where does your ID come from? Like, who prints? When does the United States print out Mexican ID or Chinese ID? Chinese print Chinese ID. They print their own.
Straight counterfeit.
Yeah. But still, you know what I'm saying? But it's so different that we would print our own. But in their minds, they're expecting us to go to them for our stuff, you know. But that's not how it goes. You know, when you govern yourself, you print your own money, your own ID, your own, you know.
You know what? When people ask things like that, I give them the answer they need to hear, which is, oh, we get our IDs from our government.
Yes. Yes.
And then I go right home and print up another one. You know, we are.
Well, yeah, I don't tell custodians that part, but somebody, you know, that can talk to me one-on-one, ask them kind of questions, and so.
Yeah.
So.
We get that on social media sometimes, or, you know, we questions similar to that on social media sometimes.
Yeah.
So, you know, we have to get used to using that which comes from us without fear.
Yeah.
That was another thing that was another exercise of the Thalarium is that we needed to know that what we print is the real value and it's the real thing and not a counterfeit.
Yeah.
in preparation for where we're going next.
Yeah, I picked up something from the post office, and because I was trying to use General Mail. So the custodian asked for my ID. I gave her my birth ID, and she says, "What is this?" I said, "I don't use colonial ID or."
Ooh, and Charlie, I cannot wait for us to get together. We're gonna be just something crazy when that happens. Come on.
And she said, "Oh," and she gave it back and gave me my package.
Because they know what that is. They know what that means.
Yes,
they know what that means. And the thing is, they can't argue with it.
No. As long as I knew what I was saying, you know.
That's it.
That's why she said, "Oh, and she gave it back."
It's the same way with everything.
Yeah.
That sounds like something I would have said. So. That's good. That's a good one right there. That's real good.
That's what it is.
That's real good. So, Morris, there's another remedy for you right there. Islam.
Islam.
Hold on for just a minute. Empress Cynthia, can you hold for just one moment, Empress Cynthia? You, for some reason, you and Empress Shasha are on the same page, because every time Empress Shasha goes to speak, Empress Cynthia goes to speak. Y'all do it at the same time every time. And that's happened on like several calls.
That is true.
That's right. Oh, really?
You all are connected.
Islam interest. You got the tape. Well, we have and as part of our name.
Yeah. Oof. Yes. Islam.
You know, you're talking about printing of money, and even here in the custodians in the offices here, they don't print their own money. They print it from. In fact, there's been a lot of dialogue. Well, it's not even dialogue, because they don't talk to the people or the persons or whomever, but where they're spending billions of dollars to print money in, I think it's the companies in Germany and ones in England, and when questions have come up, I mean, they absolutely refuse to even acknowledge that the people have any right to know why and how they're spending the money, or spending the fiat to make more fiat to keep the people in debt.
And that printing is happening on computers. It's not even, they're not even printing anything where you can put it in your hand.
Exactly. I mean, and paying a lot of fiat, or the people, you know, it's the people's labor and everything. But it's also, they had independence yesterday, or 60-year. I put, my fingers are doing inverted commas each time. And it was interesting. I did peek in on some of it. Honestly, I think most of it's computer graphics. But what was interesting, what really stood out to me, the flag that they keep calling a national flag and the nation's flag and all of these things. They had some paratroopers come in and, you know, drop out of the sky and land with the flags, and then handed it, I do believe, to the custodian in the office of Governor General, and then it was given to members of the Navy or some maritime to raise the flag. And I just thought, you know, that right there was a sign that they were showing that they're admiralty, because and it's such a different world watching with this knowledge.
Yeah.
And I mean, I feel very empowered, but it's also somewhat surreal watching my fellow Moors you know, who are like I was a year and how many months ago. I mean, it was, but it's just, and I find myself, I'm watching, and I'm like, you need to be leaned, you need to be leaned, you need to, and just, you know, but the reason I came on was the money thing. I mean, it's all fake. It's all fraud. And until, as you say, we speak and let them know that you can sit down now, you're fired. That's the whole Trump thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
And so, Islam, I yield now, but I wanted to make that point.
They're acting out what we are doing.
There, yes. And when you say that, it makes me think about, you know, when your children, my sons, were little and they'd act out. And then you, me, as the mother, the sovereign had to bring them back in line, even though they were my baby.
Yes.
But it's the same sort of thing because, yeah, that's basically it. And they know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
They do know what they're doing. I'm certain of that fact.
Yes.
So I shall keep talking to them via affidavit.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. We need you in that territory, Empress, to do that, to govern.
I'm here. I'm here.
Jamaica.
And I was, you know, spirit. My grandmother had come to me when I was leaving my husband, and he was my husband because we did the marriage thing and the certificates, but whatever. And I was sitting at the kitchen table wondering whether I would go back to England or stay in the States. I was in Portland, Oregon, and just not really sure because I didn't want to take our sons too far and all of that. And Spirit said to me, a voice said, go home to your roots. And I had a conversation literally with the voice, my ancestor, my grandmother, and I asked, you know, we've been taught Africa, or you mean the island? It was made very clear to me that I needed to go to the island. And I know that everything that has happened here is because I said yes and I listened. And it's not necessarily all been pleasant. But I had to be here and I'm here for a reason. And I'm certain, I have no doubt that reason is to govern on this land. I always used to say, and the first thing I built on my property was a mud building. I built it with wattle and daub. And I always used to say, particularly to my consort, that I was knitting my family back to the land. I had no knowledge of this. I had my first class January 3rd, 2021. So I'm new, but I have no doubt whatsoever that I am here for a reason, and that reason is this. You
know what, Empress, and if I may add just a little something more to that, that place exists because you're there to govern it, or else it's not even a place. It's not even on the map.
You are, wow, goosebumps. Yeah.
Not even on the map. We actually have to put these places on the map by putting constitutions on the public record saying this is where this is.
Yes. Wow. That's a powerful statement. And I claim it, I own it, I hold it, and I shall continue.
Islam indeed. Islam. Empress Cynthia. Empress Cynthia and
Islam. Here. Thank you. Thank you, Empress Shasha. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. trying to get things lined up here. I just want to make the statement that we here at on our consulate conferences we go through rigor to prove that we have the right to create our own money and our own system and our own government. And I'd like to say to the naysayers is I know it is proper, if we are incorrect, to bring proper documentations, because if we are incorrect, we need to know that. So it is all of our duty to bring proper documentation on why this is incorrect, that we're using our own money, we've created our own government. We need to see that. And I don't mean to be combative. I love us all, but we need to move forward, and we need us all together seeing this for what it really is, the truth of what's happened to us all. Because the whole world is waiting on us. We can't, I still hear conversations out there of who's right and who's wrong. Is it right? Is it wrong? Our ancestors left us documentation. And then I'm going to go here. We have all put documents on the record. I'm going to say personally, I have gotten not one rebuttal. Not one. And for the domicile that I have been working toward for the last 5 years, they have done, I've watched them do all these little strange things, and I'm beginning to understand what's happening because there are liens on it, but they have not, but if you look up my appellation, it is on that document. If you ask who owns that property, it's my appellation. But yet someone else is there. First, someone else had moved in. We liened that person. Those persons are gone. And then when I decided, I wrote to them. This before I learned all this stuff. We learned here at the consulate. These are the things I did before. Then after I liened, the persons who thought that they owned that property, they so-called they sold it. But now when you look, my appellations are still on those documents. If you go online, my appellation and my consort's appellation are there. So they're not. It seems like they're not sure what to do with that property now that it has all these liens on it. Right now, there's a large cannabis farm on it because it's a big piece of property. So they're using it for something else, to make notes with. But when it comes to looking on documents, who owns that particular piece, it's my appellation and my consort's. So things are happening. So I need the ones who say that what we're doing is incorrect to bring me the correct stuff. That's all I'm asking. I yield.
So, Empress, what does the law say? Because, see, the law is going to be the correct piece right there. People can put a whole bunch of stuff out there, but what does the law say? What does the Constitution say about money? What does the Constitution say about consular venues and consuls in Article 3? So we're,
I agree. I agree.
People have had years to rebut what we're doing, and every time someone came forward to rebut, they always went into feelings and beliefs and never said, this law says you can't do that. Nobody's ever done that. Nobody's ever done it. Not one time. We're talking laws, not codes and statutes. We're talking laws. And then any code and statute that's put forth, we can cherry pick on that. Listen, I wouldn't be sitting here if what we were saying and doing is not correct. I would not be sitting here. So I know within my knower.
Oh, I get that.
that this is correct, but you know, man knows not by being told. Those naysayers are going to have to be tested into the knowledge of who they are. That's the only way they'll know, because you can tell them all day, because the law says right there in the law. You can point to the law and say, look what the law says about consuls and our courts, and the public laws say about consular courts and consular venues, and the Constitution. Look what it says about money. You can point to that all day long. It's right there out on the public record, and naysayers will still be like, you can't do that, you can't, because they've never seen anybody do it. The only ones they saw were some actors. Some actors who stop acting when the real shows up. So, you know, we don't even look around and wait anymore for anyone to come forth and put a law out there and say, you can't do that. But here's the thing about our testing. That will tell us what to, you know, that this is okay, this is go this way or go that way. When you do a demonstration and the outcome of the demonstration doesn't look the way you thought it should look, that's when you're being told, okay, take a look at this code, take a look at that, take a look at this. Okay, the demonstration that I did yesterday was I took some Delarium to the bank. And I'm the bank, so the bank took the Delarium to the building. And I didn't take any affidavits because I've given them affidavits already. So I didn't feel it necessary to give them affidavits, because that's speaking to them from my God status. I said today I'm going to speak from the person status just to see what I can see. So I spoke from the person status by giving them documentation from their president, which is me, with the signature of the custodian formerly in the office of president. And I just put the stuff on. I gave it to the custodian that was sitting there. And I won't say her name. I gave it to her, and then I left. I walked out. And then I waited a while till the evening, and then I looked online, and there still hadn't been anything put in there based on the Delarium that I gave them. But then another part of the account that I don't know if it was there previously or not, but this was my first time seeing that part of the account. I was able to see some records on the back end of the account. And that told me some more information. And then between the time of me seeing that part of the account and everything, and me waking up this morning and getting into my studies for today for this call and for future demonstrations, and based on the demonstrations that we've done previously, the ancestors gave me the piece about how to authenticate our money. And, you know, in fact, why don't I just go back to that, because I think we were there previously. And just, we will, there, we'll keep that on the screen. So, we're going to be again, listen, why would they have a U.S. currency education program? Why would they have that? Okay. So, again, the things that we've been using have been a counterfeit in terms of notes, of Federal Reserve debt notes. So now we have to produce the real. And we're going to do that. And the Delarium, I'm so grateful for that demonstration that I just have no words, because that gave us the boldness that we needed to do the demonstration that we did yesterday, because, you know, we already know that we're the government and that it's not that Janet Yellen over there or that Jerome Powell over there that was produced in a dead state. It's the subjects in this living state that do our bidding, and we must state that properly. That's why the word state things, statement, make a statement. It says speak from your state, and if you agree and not if you agree, when you rebut their corpse, you're rebutting their dead state. So we have to keep doing that, and we're going to keep doing that. And we're really going to keep doing that from this point forward as well, because, again, everything that we've done, we have, you know, there are some who have decided that they're going to sit on the sidelines until we go, you know, get the remedies and things like that. And you can't tell sovereigns what to do. But even as the remedies are produced, if they would go ahead and demonstrate their sovereign status now while they're waiting for a quote-unquote remedy, because they're going to be the remedy for themselves. It's nobody else's responsibility. But even while they're waiting, if they would go ahead and demonstrate now their sovereign status instead of waiting, they'll be prepared when the remedy comes to demonstrate the remedy. You have to actually be prepared to demonstrate the remedy. And that comes by practice, practice, practice. And it's not practice, it's actual, this is on the job. Nationality, you know, 101, really, is we're not even waiting. We're going ahead. So we're going to keep moving forward. So with that being said, we have some study to do. And, you know, we will, what we'll do is, Morris, please take a look at what we have, what's on the screen there, and do some study on it so that next time we come together, we can continue the bankruptcy liquidation by way of currency. So that's really all we need to do is print the currency. But I can tell you what's going to happen after that, because they've been, you know, it's been stated. And I've said this before, Morris, and I'll say it in conclusion of this particular meeting, Congressional Assembly. We have far more money than there are things to buy. So we actually have to take the money and produce things. Okay? So please be thinking about what you're going to produce with the money. That's why the money is coming. It's here. Is we must produce. We know what we're going to do. We're going to produce. We're doing sea salt, and you know, there's a whole myriad of pharmaceutical, of natural pharmacy products. And when we say pharmacy, our word pharmacy starts with an F and not a PH. That we're putting forth so that our natural bodies can get back to the sovereign state of natural homeostasis that we had previously. So we can get rid of some of this acidity running around here on the land. So with that being said, if there's nothing further, we will Islam, Empress.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I hear feedback.
Let me just see where that feedback is. Who is speaking at this time?
This is Empress Rose L.
Okay.
Okay, there's no feedback. Okay.
One moment. I believe it's coming from Empress Shasha's line. A little bit. It's coming up on the sound meter, Empress Shasha. Can you do *6?
So I'll go up again.
Let me see. Go ahead, Empress.
Okay. So the electric company where I live, they sent me they sent the dead person a letter in response to my documentation. It says, in summary, you provided a copy of non-U.S. currency, purported legal documents in a foreign language, expressed a desire to exercise sovereign rights, and alleged that you are not responsible for payment of electric services to the company. Your actions do not allow you to avoid, the company's name, service conditions. Pursuant to rule, they put the rules and regulations, and they state that a customer, in absence of a signed instrument, a customer is identified by the receipt of bills regularly issued to the name of the person, of the actual users of the service. Then there's some more regulations, customers accepting service, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, and one of the things is, I have to discontinue the bills that I receive online. And then also, I haven't read all the regulations, so I don't know if they need a power of attorney, but it's stated in the bankruptcy document that, was that Form US 2848 or IRS?
It's House Resolution, I believe, 2848.
Yeah. So, it's stated in that document. So what do I write on supposed bills that come to the domicile?
So you send an affidavit, and we talked about that on this call a couple of times already. Federal rule for civil procedure, because see, they're pointing you to the person.
Right.
So look at what we talked about previously on this call. Federal rule for civil procedure. They're saying that the person that they're talking to owes the debt, and they're pointing you to the person, saying properly identify the person who is the creditor, and then you'll be right about what you're saying.
Well, yeah, I did that in my correspondence, but I'll do it again.
Federal rule for civil procedure. Did you quote that? Federal rule for civil procedure.
It's on my fiduciary documentation.
Okay. Now,
I don't know if I did 18. Yeah, I have a like fiduciary is on there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Federal rule for civil. Yes, that's where it says a like fiduciary.
Right.
They're pointing you to some more remedy when in those. So if you could, would you? I'm going to put them on the screen so we can all look at them, because they're giving you the answers there. What is it? What USC codes are throughout that document? And let me just pull up something so I can put it on.
Okay, so they didn't put any. They're dead regulations. Also, it's signed by the Revenue Assurance Manager. So I was going to add.
Which is you.
So I added him to a lien, because it's supposedly a nonprofit organization. So I'm leaning all the board of directors and him and a couple other people.
Okay. You read something there. Can you read that again, please, from the start where you were reading? Because you read off some USC codes or something, some subsections.
Okay. Well, it says pursuant to Rule and Regulation 1. It's their corporation's rule.
We need to look at that.
Okay. I can send you the link.
Okay. See, when they point you to things like that, Morris, it's so that you can clarify further who you are, because they don't even want the fiat, to be honest with you, because they know it's not worth anything. They want to honor your status, so they're telling you the process.
Right.
So if you could send, can you put the link in the chat?
Yeah, I have to bring it up on my phone. I have it on my computer, and my computer is slow.
Mm-hmm. Whenever they do something like that, whenever they do something like that, Morris, definitely look. Don't look at the fact that it seems like they said no, okay? Look at what they're pointing you to so that you can see the yes, because the yes is going to be in the rules and codes. And what we have to do is elevate the rules and codes up to the law for that exchange, for those exchanges. Listen, they're not, honestly, and I'm not trying to defend them, but more, we need to see that they have to do what we tell them, but they know that some of the things we don't remember right off the bat to look at. And so the loopholes is what they're directing, what they're pointing us to. They're saying, look at this loophole, and if you and because we know how to read now, we'll see what they're saying. I could point to the loophole in whatever they're sending you.
It's still bringing it up. Okay, residential rates.
That's the loophole right there. You're not a resident.
Right.
You have a domicile.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So now, Empress, let me tell you what the issue is without even seeing it. The issue is that have you sent them a copy of the Constitution to tell them where your domicile is?
Yes, and I sent them a copy because they're part of the lien on my name. So they have the land patent and everything, and the patent for all lands and the trust documents.
Okay, so the name that you liened is not yours; it's theirs.
Right.
So and again, Morris, when we speak even to each other, we have to use the proper language, because that's going to tell what's going on as far as how far we've come beyond their programming. So they're still trying, there's something that they're seeing in the documentation or in you speaking to them on the phone. Did you talk to them on the phone?
Yeah, I spoke to a person on the phone.
And
then also, my friends got together and they paid the bill.
Okay, so
but I wasn't there. Yeah.
That was a good thing to do, but we still have to be ourselves still.
Right.
And when you speak to them on the phone, did you do a court action on them?
No, I didn't do a court action.
So they're still trying to say that you're a res ident.
But I did send an email with court action afterwards.
Okay.
And I did a court action, and it's on
Those
YouTube.
have to be done every time you speak to them. Every time. We must do it. And again, Empress, this is just exercise preparing us for what's coming next. So we have to continuously stand and be ourselves, and not talk to them, not talk to them without doing a court action on them. Okay.
Yes, I was excuse me, but I was wondering, does it matter if you lien the account number too?
You should. It's suggested that you do, but the leaning of the CEO doing business as president of that company will do as well. Leaning the account number is an additional step that you can take if you choose to do that. It's more specific. Because, see, then you can issue something, an affidavit stating that that account does not belong to them. Because, see, I'm glad you brought that up, Justice Maurice, because they're still behaving like the account belongs to them, Empress, when it doesn't. It belongs to you. And that's why we do a court action when we talk to them, is we talk to them and we say, it's not your account, it's my account. I actually had to do that myself. And she
Also,
shut up too. Stop talking.
The bill says I have a contract. I never signed a contract with them, and they admitted that I don't have a signed contract because it's an allele, it's an attachment to the property. So, you know, but there, on the final notice, it has a property number that all of a sudden on the final notice became a contract number.
So here's some things to take a look at, Empress. And I'm not saying that this is the case, but just take a look at it and think about it. With regard to the property, has the take a look and see that the tax assessor has been leaned and that you have removed them from office.
Yeah, I leaned them. I haven't removed them from office yet.
Yeah. And again, these steps that we're taking, some don't feel these are necessary, but they are. They are because they establish who's governing. Additionally, just take a look at the last time fiat was used to do anything with regard to the property, the utilities, or anything. Just take a look at it. I'm not saying go in one direction or the other. I'm saying take a look at it. And then let the ancestral energy show you how to demonstrate that it's not a fiat property. Okay, and that takes time. We know that.
Okay.
So let it take the time that it needs to take and demonstrate at the level of your overstanding. Here's what I'm sensing in my spirit after the information that the ancestors gave me this morning. I'm sensing in my spirit that we are going to print our own money, our own United States dollars. Now we have our national currency, which is dollarium, and now we're going to print something that everybody can use, even the clerks at the custodians previously in the office of clerks and all of that. We have to print something so that the subjects, as they get back, as they move away from the resources, that they have a universal basic income that they can use, and they have to be, and we actually have to give that to them. So we have to print something that everyone can use. Okay. So in my spirit, I'm feeling that let us continue moving in the direction we're moving. And then with regard to things like rent and mortgages and all of that stuff, you have to demonstrate and be yourself. For those who don't feel comfortable stopping the fiat payments, if you don't feel comfortable stopping the fiat payments, nobody can tell you what to do. You're sovereign. Okay?
Okay. I put the link in the chat.
Thank you. So residential is the key right there, Empress.
Right.
They're still trying to say that that's a residential service that they're providing.
Right.
Okay. When it's not residential, you're the creditor.
Okay.
And they're actually going to say that when they use words like customers and things like that, if they say customer or consumer or residential, those words right there are clear indicators that they're thinking that you are a minor. So you can actually, again, use Federal Rule for Civil Procedures, Title 4, Chapter 17 and 18, Article 17 and 18, to tell them that your minor is a natural person and not their thing.
Okay. I put a copy of the letter in the chat too.
Okay. Let me see. I'm going to just point out just a few things really quickly.
Okay.
That say that this is.
Cause it did pop up. So residential, where it has their rules and regulations.
I'm looking at residential rates.
Okay.
So I'm going to just click on the first thing that I see there. But first of all, it's what they're calling the exchange. That's really key. I mean, I don't necessarily have to go further with that. We can just deal with it from that perspective, because that's a jurisdictional title right there.
Mm-hmm.
That has to do with jurisdiction. Do they have jurisdiction over the creditor? Okay. So you have to take the position that they're claiming they have. That's all you're doing. You're saying, I'm actually the company, I'm the creditor, and you are the liquidated resident. You're the bankrupt resident. That's what you tell them, Empress. Tell them that. Let them know that.
Okay.
Okay. See, we're just now getting into the parts about liquidating the bankruptcy. Okay. Yes, give the subjects Dilawri. Okay, we talked about that, Justice Sharif. We're not backtracking on Dilawrium. They need to know that their money system is done. Okay, it's finished. And so you, even according to Unum Sanctum, and this is another purpose for the Dilawrium, even according to Unum Sanctum, read Unum Sanctum, go back and read it, Moors, please, so that you will see that as we're making this transition, you can't just go from everything being a debtor to automatic creditor. There has to be a transitionary period. There has to be a mediator. That's why we do things in threes. Okay? There's, Unum Sanctum says that, you know, between the highest of the high and the lowest of the low, there has to be a middle point, a mediator. And that's all we're doing with Dilawrium, is saying to them, we know we don't have to use fiat. And now we're going to prove to you that we don't have to use it by using our own money. And then we have to properly identify everyone. And as we properly identify everyone and then take these next steps that we're taking, then we move forth. Now, Moors, this next step that we're taking is going to be the step where we have money, but money doesn't have us. I'm putting that spell out there. So that whole children of Israel thing where they got the gold and they began to worship the gold and didn't, you know, that thing, that's not going to happen this time. Not going to happen this time like that, where we start worshiping. And because the only reason that this part of the demonstration is being exposed and shown and shown to us is so that we can build the empire, build the government. I don't need 30,000 domiciles. If I want them, I can have them, but our government needs to be first and foremost, so that we never have to go back to what we just came out of. Okay? So this place that we were in, and again, our Grand Sheik said it this past week, he said that the things that we're doing now, 5 years from now, we won't be doing them. That means there's a transitionary period. We have to actually walk through that transitionary period competently, because that transitionary period, believe it or not, we're already setting the stage for where we're going to be and what we're going to be doing when we don't have to do these things. There are some who are saying, I'm not going to demonstrate, I'm just going to stay quiet, peaceful citizen until they get the answer. Okay, but at some point, you're still going to have to demonstrate through the fear. You got to get past it. Because the things that we're doing, you'll be scared to do them. If you don't, go ahead and start demonstrating now. One of my first questions to the ancestors was it came from a place of fear, but it was an honest question when in 2017, how do we get past fake policy enforcers and fake judges? They said, we're not just going to tell you how, you're going to do it. You're going to face that fear, because that's the fear you have. That's the only one you got. Once you knock that one out the box, you're good. Islam, Empress.
Yes, Islam. So I had a couple things I had wanted to share along the call. The first one about us matriarchs and what has happened when we signed those marriage contracts, and they're really animal husbandry contracts. And I've seen, using that feudal husband system as, no offense to our males, but this is what they did energetically, as using the male as their agent in a way to get the bounty of the female. And so I experienced, I leaned my former husband, and we, and stuff like that. And, as I was working on trying to get everything right for my phone, I saw that what they did because we had shared an account, and over I would tell them before I nationalized, remove him from my account, and they never would remove him from my account. And then, I'm staying with him now, and now, I'm working on this process, and I let them know who I was, via affidavit and things like that. And, they still didn't remove him from my account, and they still hadn't, honored what I was saying. And so, but still, I was like looking at the account, and they would send, every time he paid, they would send me the email saying he paid. And I was like, I was okay, because that was happening even before I nationalized, that they were sending me like his notifications and stuff like that. And I was like, well, you know what, that makes sense, because I had already changed my name to Bay, not really knowing the whole process. It was just something Spirit had told me to do. And then I was like, okay, this makes sense, because he's my subject, because I've leaned him, so they're just letting me know what my subject is doing. And then they changed the account.
Let me clarify something for you just really quickly, Empress, if I may interject here. You didn't lean him in his living status. You just leaned the nom de jure. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's okay. But what I noticed though on the account though is what they did is they made him they named the account him, so he had like 2 accounts, and I was like, okay, are they trying to attach me to him, so what I'm planning to do, and they actually removed them, because I actually sent them further affidavits and stuff like that saying I've closed the account, and this is the Delarium I've put in the account. And I showed them a picture of the account. And then I said, I've opened a new account, and this is the Delarium in the account, and this is, what I want for this account to happen with my new account. And so I noticed he's actually the account. That account no longer exists. It's just the account under his phone number now, which is awesome. So it kind of tells me so that worked, but I also kind of wanted us to know that is really real, that attachment via those contracts that we had signed and stuff like that. So
yes, it's the contracts, Empress. It's not him and it's not you. It's the contracts and the nom de jure. The accounts, we have to know that see, what you did was brilliant in terms of creating your own account by affidavit, and putting Delarium in your account. That was brilliant, because it's going to work. It has to work, simply because all you're doing is putting the truth to rebut the counterfeit. Whenever cell phone companies and all of that, and again, we're the original cell phone company, so whenever there are corpses pretending to be cell phone companies creating accounts, those are fraudulent fake accounts. They're not even real. Those are forgeries of the real account. We have to say this is the real account. And it has Dollarium in it. So, you know, we have to create the real of everything. Now, where all of that is concerned is that all of this is the transitionary point to where we're going. So when you're doing things, when we Moors are doing things, know that we're not out trying to go against the living, breathing beings, including the subjects. We're not trying to go against anyone. We're dealing with the nom de jure system. And we're saying that nom de jure system is a forgery and a fraud, and this is the real system. That's what we're doing. Okay. And then I see something in the chat there. One of the Moors says, I have the need beyond measure to be clear. That's great, because that means you're going to study all the time. And clarity is going to come from within you. Absolutely. We all have that same, for me, it's not a need, because I don't have any needs. I don't have any wants. I just have obligations that are self-created obligations. And, you know, we are our ancestors returned. So we must manifest that. So we have things that we are manifesting, period. You know, language-wise, I try really hard to be very clear. So with that being said, time is flying by so quickly on this call. We started on time, and it's already 7-something here at West Territory. So with that being said, we will again adjourn until Thursday. So if there's nothing further, we will go ahead and adjourn, and we will meet back again on Thursday. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Islam.
Islam. Peace and grand rising.
Islam.
Grand rising justices.
Islam.
Islam, Moors.
Islam.
Peace and love.
Islam.
So they create all this money. So we do anything, we gain our
And we will disconnect in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Now we go to the car. You can see all this, and they good. If you get married,